Excuse me. Excuse me.
On occasion, and unsurprisingly, they really weren't all too.
See, I don't see a famous person. I'm sorry. I think she's more likely to be famous than him. She's got the face. He does not. You see it? She's got that crazy, funny face with the crazy, funny smile. Seen a lot with those eyes, and she's been through a lot, and she's raised these kids and all this stuff, right? And I would say she fits the. She's got the face and the personality of a superstar. He has the face and the personality of a chemistry teacher. And I like to believe that that's what he would have been.
Thrilled, at least according to a criminal justice update posted by the Attorney General's office in Ohio. They said that Harley was just super careless in the way that he published content. Like, he would be filming a vlog update video while taking a bath, you know, naked, which I guess the kid didn't realize why that might be a problem. It's also claimed that Harley would post his address and phone number on social media, which is bad for a variety of reasons, and that coupled with the bathtub thing, I mean, I get it, parents. All this aside, though, as Harley grew older, problems only worsened in his personal, social, and family life.
This is why we don't want kids on YouTube. Literally, at that point, he was so enamored with this idea of being something that he's not, which is unfortunate. And if you put it out to the universe that you're something that you're not, you're going to get something you don't want, like, you know. And so, but he really believed it because he came up in the Shane Dawson era, and he believed he could do this. Now, I don't think you've got it. You don't have it. And probably a lot of people told you that too, which is unfortunate. And it's unfortunate.
To get into trouble. According to his mother, he was at one point suspended from school for allegedly slapping a student, which would lead to him getting an assault charge. According to his mother, Heather, when Harley finally returned to school,
what did you say about my YouTube channel? Slap.
But he also got in trouble at school.
Nobody talks about the YouTube channel. Nobody. Right?
For slapping a kid in school, and he has to.
Yep. Like your YouTube channel sucks dick, right? And he was like, "What did you say?" Slap, like a fucking full blown bitch slap, like Will Smith bitch slap, right? Because he can't let them talk about his channel. You know he can't, and that's why he shouldn't be in this business, right? I don't give a shit about fucking like people talking shit about me. I care about them threatening my fucking family and doxing me. And I think it's fair to be sensitive about that. I care about them sending shit to my house and stuff like that. I care about that. I think that's fair to care about that stuff and make a big deal about it and file charges, you know? Now, but I could give a living shit what anybody said about my channel. I could give two shits about that.
In fact, we just got the papers Saturday.
And you can see right away, the bully figured out what his Achilles heel was and immediately started picking at it, right? Oh, your channel sucks dick. What did you say? Your channel sucks dick. And then the slap, right? And that's what the bully wants, because it's like he self-canceled himself. And the bully's trying to show him that he doesn't have it. Real fucking personalities on the radio and shit don't Will Smith bitch slap you. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to work towards something. They're trying to like build something, you know? And they're not trying to like sacrifice their reputation by doing something like slapping somebody, you know? So you don't see celebrities do that very often. You know, it happens, but it's very rare. And
he never thought that he would get that. They're not going to do anything. They didn't do anything.
Damn it.
You know, so we kept telling him, no, you're going to end up in DH if you don't change your ways.
Yep.
But he don't believe it. He's not accepting that this is a consequence. Because then he got in trouble after he went back from OSS. It was the next week sometime. He got in trouble again for kicking a boy in the balls.
Harley would also have more altercations with his parents, disputes that reportedly would result in him running away to stay with friends. The only reasonably stable element of Harley's life
At least he had friends.
was his YouTube channel. He continued to post through 2019.
See, and this
his
is why.
page seemed like the only
Now, he could be a superstar on YouTube Kids, and they can watch him take a bath and talk about bubble bath or whatever. It doesn't matter. They like on YouTube Kids, who gives a shit about that? He can, you know, it's like a Nickelodeon skit or something. It doesn't matter. He's a public figure. On YouTube Kids, it's probably fine. And if they catch any adults on YouTube Kids, you can't use a YouTube adult, right? You can't use Adult Swim YouTube. So like and yeah, and so yeah, and I want to see YouTube for Kids or some kind of concept of it. I don't believe they can do it yet, but they needed to do something. They need to separate the two cultures. They shouldn't ever mix, you know. And it destroyed this kid. You can see it. He got adult clout and got obsessed with adult clout in a place where most kids probably don't even know how to find him. You know?
Only place that we truly see Harley happy. He loved making content despite his family woes, school drama. Harley found a way to put a smile on his face when the camera was on and the gameplay was rolling. So with this being his only respite from the chaos that was his life at the time, why did he stop uploading? Why does the Harley Dilly 2.0
His
channel
parents.
sit abandoned?
His
Harley's
parents.
last YouTube upload would be published on December 10th of 2019.
It's
It
always
was Madden
the
mobile
simplest
gameplay
explanation.
with commentary. Nothing out of the
You
ordinary.
think it's his
The
parents?
only game I watched of week 14.
You think it's his parents? It's his parents. His parents kept him off it for probably a whole year. They were like, "All right, if you want to stay in the house, we're either gonna send you out to a boarding school now, or you can stay here and you can live your life. And when you're out of high school, you can be a YouTube star." And he's like, "Really?" And they're like, "Yes, when you're 18, the day you hit 18, we can't stop you from being a YouTube star. You can do whatever you want when you're 18. But while you're in our house and you're going to the high school, and they can take the house away from us if we neglect you or you go crazy and you act up, and they ask us why we haven't sent you to a boarding school or get, you know, a toughen up thing, and or, you know, like a, not toughen up, but a, you know, like a fucking a scare straight thing. And we don't want to do that to you. So you can stay in the house and you can quit your YouTube channel till you're 18, or you can go to the boarding school, and you definitely will not have a YouTube channel there, you know? And that's what they probably did to him. And he was probably like, okay. So then he waited 2 or 3 years and then realized when he had a girlfriend and a life and a job when he's like 19 or something like that, that he probably isn't cut out for YouTube because he's like a dweeb. He looks like a dweeb to me.
Was the Browns, and then I watched a little bit of the Chiefs versus
It's boring, buddy. I'm terribly sorry.
Patriots. Boom, Austin Eckler with the touchdown.
What?
Well, that took a while to score a touchdown with him. Not saying that it's his fault.
A little over a week later,
That's not even like good Madden commentary or whatever. Like, come on, man. What the fuck happened here? Why didn't you get the corner pocket? What's going on? What's he doing? He jukes. No. That's what I'm looking for from a Madden person who thinks that they're maining Madden. You know what I'm saying? I can do it way better than him. I could do Madden so much better than that kid. Like, he's a kid. I shouldn't keep ragging on him. But I mean, like, seriously though, if you're a kid and you're into Madden, have some fucking passion about it. That kid sounded like he was talking about a fucking like a homework assignment involving accounting or something.
serious set of circumstances would play out that had the internet and law enforcement up in a frenzy looking for answers,
no.
as Harley would go missing. According to reports, on Friday, December 20th, 2019, Harley woke up and
I didn't see
reluctantly
this
went
coming
to
at
school
all.
after insisting to his parents that he should be allowed to stay home for the day. His parents wouldn't budge, as it was the last
Oh no. He either ran away and got kidnapped, or he just ran away and never came back and changed his name and his appearance and continued on and is now one of these other successful streamers.
day of school before Christmas.
I like how my mind boggles at where this could have gone, what he did, what kind of like disappearance he did. Faking your own death is actually significantly harder than you might think it is. is what they always say anyways. They come and forensically search if they really can't find you, because that's something that the government can't stand.
Your skill has increased.
Something really just truly goes missing and there's no trace, they can't stand that. Why do you constantly link and deliver this garbage gameplay? God damn it.
Your skill has increased.
Break, and they thought, Harley, you really just need to go. I mean, you're about to get a vacation anyways. So later, Harley Dilly would be spotted on a neighborhood surveillance camera heading to the direction of his school. However, Harley would never make it to his destination
be seen
on
again.
this day. He seemingly vanished from the face of the earth and would...
One of those guys had his fucking address that he posted on his fucking Facebook that he probably streamed live because it was like 2011 and he didn't know any better, because kids shouldn't be on fucking YouTube, right? And oh, I'm dead probably now. No, I resisted. That's good. I'm high enough level to resist. We're gonna keep trying. Don't sleep gummy. No, I mean, it was like 5 sleep guns. I should resist, you know. Yeah, good resist. Was 5 mobs really necessary when it takes like 5 minutes to kill 1 mob?
Would never be seen alive again. The school day would come to an end, and Harley never comes home. His father would report his son missing to the authorities on the following day, on December 21st at 11:50 p.m. Now, the reasoning given that they waited for such a long time in between the disappearance and the report is apparently because they were used to Harley running away and thought that this was just another one of those circumstances. Maybe he was staying with a friend. But after an entire day had passed, they figured that wasn't the case and started to actually get worried that something bad had happened to Harley. Yeah, it is a little bit suspicious and kind of weird. I mean, many of you out there probably grew up in a house where that wouldn't be the case, but whatever. On December 22nd, 2019, police began searching a 150-acre area around where Harley was last spotted, hoping for a miracle.
My God.
Given Harley Dilly's history for running away, Port Clinton police didn't initially suspect foul play. They thought it was just a missing child case. Being treated as a runaway child case of sorts, on Christmas Eve, the investigation would escalate as the local authorities would issue a missing child advisory. The search would go nationwide on December 27th. This story would hit the internet as well, and internet sleuths from around the world would begin to pry into the details of the case and the history of Harley Dilly's online presence. These sleuths began to become suspicious of his mother. Internet detectives soon took to social media to accuse Harley Dilly of murdering her own son, sourcing interviews that she had previously participated in with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, claiming she was lying in these interviews about everything. They also found an old stream that Harley did where he was complaining about being locked out of his house, and this would be used as evidence against Heather Dilly by these conspiracy theorists.
And I went to talk to my assistant principal because he's like the only person I can really trust in this. So I went to talk to him.
Assistant principal.
And he told me that my mom never called the police. So she lied to me to get me scared. And she locked me out of the house. So right now I'm outside. Yep, the house is locked. It is 3:30. I haven't ate anything.
They claim that she was a neglectful mother, or at the worst, killed him. Real world police, they didn't share the suspicion that the internet sleuths had, though, surprisingly. The police had actually done somewhat of an investigation on the parents already, even having cadaver dogs go into their house and look around for Harley. They didn't treat them as suspects at all. They had been totally ruled out. Heather was also spearheading a social media effort at the time to find her son, and even posted a video to Facebook urging people to help find Harley.
Fine, you all want to see what I look like when I'm not taking my meds to help. You want to know what it's like to have a son missing. It hurts. It makes you feel like you can't go on, but you have to go on. You don't understand. You seriously don't know what it feels like. Stop bashing my family. Harley, please come home. Please come home. Let him go. Please.
A guilty party could do something like this, I guess.
And this
but
is
it's
why
unlikely.
we don't have kids on YouTube. It's foul that YouTube allows it. Profane, sinful, dirty business. I've dealt with so many shithead kids on Twitch that need better parents.
You know, people were saying she was pulling a Christopher Watts move, if you know what I'm saying. Despite the mother's visible distress regarding this situation, online
I want them off
continue
it.
to accuse her of murder.
Why are they watching some 40-year-old streamer like fucking Asmongold? That makes no sense. Like, they don't play the same games. I mean, it's just crazy. It's weird. And I don't know. But I do know that they should be watching YouTube for kids until they're 18, and then they get to graduate to adult YouTube, and we can have titties on here. Why not? Why not? Why not? And we can watch all the streamers sit on their nice vaginas, and you know, with the see-through seats, and you know, jack off like a good adult culture, and leave the kids to their little kitty YouTube and separate the cultures entirely. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with these weird officials and YouTube and all this, but I now really believe, after seeing this case, that I want kids off YouTube very seriously. I want them off YouTube, like right now.
And other serious crimes.
And I'm going to bandy it about for a while. I want kids off YouTube. I have dealt with so many shithead kids on Twitch. I mean, why that would be the case is fucking beyond me. Like, I don't know. I don't know why they're in my channel, frankly. I'm a 40-year-old boomer playing 20-year-old games and like piece of crap new ones that aren't even like in their taste or anything. And just because I play Rust, I deserved a whole bunch of goddamn abuse and fucking doxing and harassment and shit. Why? Right? And so yeah, take the kids to their own goddamn Twitch and their own fucking YouTube. Let them make their own culture. Let them have them stop harassing us, and have us stop harassing them. And when they reach 18, they can come watch adult YouTube, and you know, who cares? I don't want kids seeing content like salad fingers. I don't want kids seeing fucking chocolate rain. I don't want kids seeing Shane Dawson. If they do, I want them to see Shane Dawson when he was, you know, 16 on YouTube Kids, and then when he's 18, he ages out of YouTube Kids, and I want them to separate, right? To separate their entertainment, like what we did with Nickelodeon. It's like they had a kids channel that their parents confined us to with the cable box and all this, and guess what? They had to start putting passwords on the cable box to keep us from watching porn and shit when we were like 12, because you know, kids will watch anything. They don't care. So, I mean, when I was 14, I watched Faces of Death 1 through 5. You know what I'm saying? And that's like, you know, that's not okay. Why? Won't somebody please think of the children?
Or child trafficking. The police would catch wind of these armchair
I want them off
amateurs
YouTube.
and would comment, quote, "It's unbelievable,"
I want them off
Chief
Twitch.
Hickman said. "I never
To
really
their own
looked
channels.
at it that way until I started following other cases of people who went missing. Some of the same people commenting on Harley were on those."
Like, I don't believe the kids should be venerating Ninja and turning him into this $50 million megastar. I think people Ninja's age should be doing that. It doesn't really fit, you know? It should be the people that are playing Fortnite, you know? I don't know.
pages. So I don't know if they just sit at home and think up conspiracies. I don't understand it. An award of nearly $20,000 was offered to anyone who knew about where Harley was or what could have happened to him. And this reward would eventually help in police getting a break. On January 13th of 2020, a tip would come in that led to police performing a search of an unoccupied summer home that was across the street from the Dilly residence. There, they would make an astonishing discovery, as Harley's coat and his glasses were found on the second floor of the property on the ground. Knowing he could likely be somewhere at the house, they performed a hurriedly yet thorough search of the entire place and during this final scrying effort, Harley Dilly's body was found. The location of the body baffled all in attendance, as his remains were lodged in the chimney of the home. Looked pretty sus at first, but after thinking things over, police determined that there was still no foul play. They presented the following explanation for Harley's untimely death. Harley Dilly left his house that morning and never had any intent to go to school. Rather, what he was going to do was find a place that he could camp out for the day and simply return after school was out, so it looked like he went without ever having to go. It was cold outside that day, so Harley needed somewhere somewhat warm to stay in, and that's when he got the idea to stay at this vacant summer home. This house actually has an antenna pole outside of it that is climbable, and they said that Harley climbed up this pole, scaled up it, and then basically tried to enter the house through the chimney, fell through, and
No
got stuck.
way. Whoa. I back it up. I was not listening at all. Now, what happened here? Okay, go back.
Needed somewhere somewhat warm day and simply return after school was out, so it looked like he went without ever having to go. It was cold outside that day, so Harley needed somewhere somewhat warm to stay in, and that's when he got the idea to stay at this vacant summer home. This house actually has an antenna pole outside of it that is climbable, and they said that Harley climbed up this pole, scaled up it, and then basically tried to enter the house through the chimney, fell through, and got stuck. In the process of trying to get himself loose, Harley would lose his jacket and his glasses, which fell down and emptied out through the bottom of the
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I mean,
chimney. He was never able to free himself, and
he was not able to do it, huh? He got stuck in the fucking roof of his house, trying to sneak into his own house. Because they locked him out. Which I believe is neglect, if this is what happened.
Harley died from asphyxiation, lodged in the flue. Many in the local community were satisfied with this explanation, and Harley's death was deemed a freak accident of sorts, a tragedy nonetheless. But even with his body found and the family officially cleared, the online mob still raged. And they continued to try to pin the mother as being responsible, or went as far as alleging that the cops were trying to cover for them. Something that really fueled the conspiracy fires took the form of this picture, which showed Harley's coat hanging from atop of a door in the same house where Harley's body was found. This photo is somewhat confusing, as if Harley Dilly died in the chimney flue, then how did his coat get on the door? Well, it was later explained that during evidence collection and photography, one of the detectives put this, coat up on the door. Were the police lying, and was this coat put up there by whoever killed Harley or whoever had trafficked him?
Come on, don't
credit
conjecture.
to the conspiracy theorists, there was something wrong about this, but it's not in the way that they were suggesting. The police had actually fucked up in the process of taking evidence, and somebody had moved the jacket up to this spot on this
chain
door,
of evidence.
And a photo was taken of that as well,
Chain
which
of
made
evidence.
it seem conflicting to the story that
But they took a photo of it and were like, yeah, we moved the jacket, yeah. Which makes sense.
Somebody moved some evidence that they weren't supposed to move and took a photo that they shouldn't have taken. This lapse caught the police department off guard as the rookie mistake got published online. Quote, "The mistake that's going to haunt me for the rest of my life is we hung the coat on that door," Chief Hickman said. "We should have blocked the windows during the search, but that's hindsight." When police confirmed that they were in fact the ones who put the coat above the door, the ferocious true crime addicts didn't believe their story. This virtual aggression manifested into the real world as protesters and demonstrators would flock around Port Clinton all through this investigation and even after the body had been found. They criticized the job authorities were doing and demanded the cops bring in the FBI and National Center for Exploited and Missing Children. In all reality, both entities had been a part of this investigation for weeks at that point. Some protesters even got arrested for trespassing onto the property where Harley was found dead. The online sleuths would later create a petition on change.org for the arrest of Harley's parents, citing negligence. This petition got over 40,000 signatures. Despite a concluded investigation and official documents that exonerated the parents from any wrongdoing, people on the internet still believe that Harley Dilly's parents were responsible for his death to this day. There are some elements behind his disappearance that are somewhat suspicious, But I think if you piece together the backstory of Harley and his troubles at home, I think it is certainly possible for a kid to try to climb up an antenna tower and camp out into a house. Naturally, Harley Dilly's channel now remains as an abandoned YouTube channel, and in case you were wondering, that's how it happened. That was the story of Harley Dilly.
Connecting.
It's always unsettling when you discover an abandoned YouTube channel. Finding a page that was once full of life and activity sitting dormant and forlorn. It always makes you wonder what became of the creator. The answer isn't always clear at first. Now, most of the time these folks decided YouTube just wasn't for them and they moved on to greener pastures. But in a handful of cases, like Kenny Veach, for example, and the next abandoned channel that we're discussing, their final video is directly related to the reason of the untimely abandonment. Which brings us to the story of Hobstobe, the train surfing YouTuber who met an unfortunate demise. James, or Jim William Stobie, aka Stobe the Hobo or Hobstobe, was born October 23rd, 1984. James would join the U.S. Coast Guard and serve 4 years. He would be honorably discharged. In addition to being a military veteran, Stobie was a veteran train hopper as well, and had been doing this for 10 years at the time of his channel's creation.
He was also
During
a hobo.
his ventures, he would document his escapades in what was more or
I
less
think
a
train
guerrilla
hopping is
filmmaking
awesome.
style,
Me too.
showcasing
Yeah.
his travels from train
Oh,
to train across the
badass.
country.
Oh, cool. I want to do that once. Yep. This world will undergo maintenance at 5 a.m. for a patch. God damn it. All right.
Greetings, viewers. Stobe Cold, Steve Austin here. Stobe the Hobo, whatever. Basically,
Yeah, whatever.
little update here. This is, first of all, this is near Lake McConaughey, Nebraska. And this
Nice.
line here, for the rail fans in the audience, this is the UP Powder River Basin connector line from North Platte.
Oh,
And
North
the
Platte.
big-
That's where I'm from. I'm from the North Platte River. It's Platte Park. They call it Platte Park, the North Platte River. Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
Overland Main Line, Chicago
Oh yeah.
to Oakland.
All the way to Colorado.
Line. This is where the coal comes down out of the mines.
Yep.
We got double tracks. So this way you've got North Platte, and then that way is the mines. There's tons of trains through here.
These rail riding ventures would be uploaded to his YouTube channel, which was created on February 15th, 2012. His first video would debut 3 days later. In the video, the 27-year-old Stobe would introduce himself as a regular guy who just needed to get from place to place.
Hello, my name is Jim Stody. Let me tell you a little about myself before we get to our main topic. I'm 27 years old, and my age, I've kind of come to a point where when I travel, I want to travel in style. I want to get there fast,
Yep.
and I want to feel very comfortable. And so therefore, this new method is something I will now showcase to you.
Instead of using more conventional methods, Jim would convey that he had a different approach, train hopping.
The method of travel I plan on using is known as cargo freight train riding.
His first video acted as a tutorial of sorts, showcasing what items you bring when you're train hopping and the procedure that you use from going to train as safe as possible.
I will now detail the various accoutrements I will be bringing along with me on this trip. A reasonably warm sleeping bag. A crude and yet fashionably colored pack. A comfortable one-piece fleece jumpsuit to be worn underneath this one-piece cotton jumpsuit. And while this one-piece cotton jumpsuit does come off as a bit crude and forlorn, might I add that very many famous movie stars and musicians have worn this exact outfit.
Yep.
Now, many might romanticize train hopping, but in reality, it's a dirty, rugged way to travel. and is incredibly dangerous no matter how careful you are. Jim tried his best to be as cautious as possible in his videos, but nonetheless, the threat of death was always there. Stobie told the Daily Dot in 2016, quote, "I've tried a lot of ways to get attention as an artist. This seems to be the only one that people notice. I'm really disappointed with modern boring life in the United States, and the
Me
fact that
too.
traveling basically requires a personal vehicle these days.
Yeah,
I only make
me
YouTube
too.
videos that are original content, and this is a way to do
Me
that with
too.
the total glut
I
of
agree with it.
material
I think
on
he's
YouTube
right.
these days."
Me
He would
too.
also speak to the Daily Dot about the dangers of train hopping, saying, quote, "Trying to get on or off at high speed or with too much alcohol in my system. A specific instance would be dismounting while fatigued or blitzed, wiping out and watching a wheel go 2 inches from my face. The man apparently almost falling off and getting hit by the train's wheel." Many believe that Jim was some sort of homeless man given the name of his channel, but in fact, he had his own apartment and had many other talents that could
I'm
bring
sure he
him
did.
money. Jim was an accomplished piano player and scored music for the background of his videos.
Oh no. Oh, he's playing the Beatles.
Not to mention he was in the military.
Wow,
Meaning
it's
that
a
he
truly
likely got some
talented
benefits. Throughout
entertainer.
his ventures, Stobie would travel to the
Nice.
state of Illinois, the cities of Toledo, Fargo, and Jacksonville, and other cities around the country. He also traveled to Indonesia, as well as
Indonesia.
hitchhiked to Denver on July 4th to see fireworks there. As the channel
Hitchhike to Denver. Fuck yeah, to see the fireworks.
gained traction, Stobie would pitch the idea for fans of his content to fund his travels. That way, he could provide even more content for viewers to enjoy.
Let's talk about the costs of doing one of the trips I do for a minute. I'd like to start by saying any voyage, whether you're going to Mars with Elon Musk or traveling by cargo train, requires a budget. Unless you want to eat dumpster food and drink tap water for an entire month, you're gonna need money for food, beer, an occasional hotel, and then just some extra cash for a bus ticket if you get stranded or a trespass ticket. Any number of things.
He would also include Patreon incentives for donators. From 2012 to 2017, Stobie would regularly upload his adventurous thrill rides to his channel. Almost 40 episodes were published. His videos had something of a nostalgic feel to them. They were very lo-fi in quality, and it was almost as if, you know, you were watching a guy LARP as like a Great Depression era train hopper slash panhandling. It was a way to see a part of America that you really don't see normally. The tracks and the area around that. Jim had other YouTube plans as he wanted to create a channel where he was stationary in it. He admitted that he had ideas for a commentary channel that he would call Stobe Attack, where he commentated on current events and news stories that popped up. But sadly, Stobe would never get to partake in this second channel, as activities on the first would lead to his demise. One of Jim's last train ride adventures would be uploaded to YouTube on November 6, 2017, in which he would jump on a train in Wendover, Wyoming. In the video, you could see the type of risks he routinely took. A precarious stunt with a confident man moving with the expertise of a 10-year train hopping veteran.
He brought beer. Oh my god.
Jesus. I gotta be really careful till I'm in front. Up here. Careful. Okay. Ah. It's not great. This is not great. But it'll work. I hope.
Sadly, though, shortly after this video, Stobie would be involved in a terrible mistake that would cost him his life.
Oh,
An unlisted
my
video
God.
published to his YouTube channel would show Jim in the Baltimore area. He was talking about avoiding rain and apparently was about to perpetrate a train hop.
This train actually goes all the way to Selkirk. This is the 410. But, I mean, the rain, this is... Forget it. We got heavy rains going on, which I'm not into.
Now, it's never actually been officially concluded how Stobe really died, but on November 8th of 2017, Hobe Stobe was found dead in Baltimore, Maryland, around some train tracks. Apparently, he had fallen off of an overpass onto the tracks below. The man was dead at only 33 years old. Stobe's death would lead to a lot of confusion online, as Many couldn't fathom a veteran train hopper like him making what they saw as a rookie mistake. There were many conspiracy theories surrounding his death, but it was pretty clear that Stobe had either been hit by a train or had fallen while trying to hop on one. His body was identified due to his fingerprints that were put into the database when he was in the military. Stobe's obituary would read, quote, "To some, he will become a legend through his life's work, and to others, he will be fondly remembered solely for his quirky yet lovable self, as evidenced by his humor, fierce wit, compassion, deadpan delivery, solicited and unsolicited commentary on just about anything, unbridled passion for unconventional living, mad piano skills, the enormous talent that he generously shared with all the lives he intersected with, and countless other things. He will indeed be greatly missed by all who knew him, while leaving an irreparable gaping hole in the hearts, minds, and souls of his family." Around the time of his final upload, Stobe had close to 11,000 subscribers. He now has 56,600 to this day. His channel remains abandoned. She seemed happy, excited to entertain, and was adored by thousands of viewers. They called her the British Boxy. Colossal Carnage 08 was primed to be a massive success on YouTube. Her last upload was May 2nd of 2010. This is her story. In January of 2008, YouTuber Boxy Babe, or Boxy as she's most commonly known on the internet, set the web on fire after going viral, showcasing her bubbly charisma and personality.
Okay, hi, my name is Foxy, and I was just surfing on the internet like I do, and I happened across your video, and so I watched it, and you were talking about me, and so I just thought
I like
should
her.
make you this video.
You understand? There's a streamer. There is a streamer. There is a content provider. Can't stop talking. Blah, 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 blah. Young girl talking about herself. She keeps on talking. There you go. That's it. That's what that other kid did not have.
Boxy clones out there after the Queen went viral. You could say there was an
I could do the same
untapped
thing.
market
Hi
for
guys,
this
how you
type
doing?
of creator.
One British YouTuber, likely inspired by Boxy.
I really don't care what you think. I love you, but I don't care what you think. Oh, my name's Blurryface, and I don't care what you think.
Show up online about a year later, boasting a similar persona to Boxy. Her name was Chloe Shaw. Chloe created her YouTube channel Colossal Carnage 08 on December 18th, 2008, creating her first video July 24th, 2009, when she was 17 years old. About a year later, though, her career would be non-existent online, as there was something else behind this bubbly personality that was unnoticed by friends and family. This brace-faced teenager's first video consisted on her giving herself a scene kid makeover.
Hi there YouTube, my name's Colossal Carnage, and
Castle Carnage? Castle Carnage? That's a weird name.
it's 3 in the morning, and I'm
Wait,
going
what?
out my
Oh.
brains, and I was talking to a friend, and he said, oh, you know, I'm about to log off, because I know you're probably going to do an all-nighter and can't bother to go back on the PS3, I'll give you something to do. And so now we have a little wager, because I'm, well, how people have the, like, I'm seen, I'm this,
Insomniac.
I'm goth, and so I don't have one. I'm just whatever. I'm usually big baggy top from HMV and skinny jeans. Whatever works. And he said, I dare you to go scene and then post it on YouTube. So I thought, yeah, why not?
Yeah. Aww. Go scene. We've all done it, babe. I've done it many a time. I donned the raver gear and I went dancing for 7 years. Trust me. I love it. Keep it on kids' YouTube. I don't know why I'm watching it, though.
Videos like this back in the day got a lot of interaction, and her
Which is
comments would be
weird.
filled with pervs commenting on her looks. You know,
There you
it's
go.
the 17-year-old girl guys. But Chloe fought back against these creeps and trolled them by making a jump scare video. While in school, Chloe was a successful theater
jump scare
kid who was
video.
attending the Birmingham Theater School. She was very witty and had great camera presence. Using her charisma, she was able to foster something of a fan base.
she would be a
Her mom
star.
says, quote,
Yeah.
she had a lot of fans on YouTube, and they just liked her quirkiness and her sense of humor, unquote. Chloe seemed to have had an interesting rapport with her fans, as she would often tease them and joke about some of the people watching her, saying they were losers, insinuating that they needed to go outside and touch grass. One such video like this is, "Get the fuck off YouTube, losers."
Norm, presume your name is, I saw your rant video, and what I can take out of it is, one, you're a fat ass, and two, you need to lose weight. Not because you might enjoy being a fat ass. I can't presume anyone would. It's obviously a health issue if you're getting convulsions. But yeah, lose some weight.
Oh.
It'll do you good. And people still won't take you seriously even when you do lose weight. Just heads up there. Keep doing this.
Oh my god, they probably hated her.
So try that.
She pulled some trolls that day.
You fat piece of shit.
Chloe would continue the trend of giving herself makeovers and uploading 2 a.m. rant videos where she would criticize popular YouTubers for some time. Doing this, she got close to 300 subscribers, and she was so happy about this, she uploaded a celebration video when she crossed the mark in September of 09.
Aww.
Hello, it's me.
I remember when I got to 4,000 subs.
300 subscribers.
Yeah!
To celebrate
Look at her, she's
shit.
ecstatic over 300. I got to 4,000, motherfucker. 4,000 before Twitch died. Twitch died. You know what I'm saying?
Do a Sparta thing, you know, as in the
I got
movie.
to 4,000. Some of them are fake, some of them aren't. You know? At least 1,000 of them are real. I have enough. I got enough interest.
300, yeah.
I'm proud. I mean, aren't I supposed to be? I think so. I'm proud. Did well here. Happy with it. Gonna keep going for a long time.
I was too lazy for that, and I found that I couldn't be asked. So instead, I'm going to tell you about a dream I had.
She would also
Okay.
share with fans that theater school was going well and that she had aspirations to act in the future. She detailed how she got a role in a Shakespearean play, and she did a makeover on her channel showing fans what the character would look like.
I said in one of the videos, I think, that we're doing A Winter's Tale. Well, that's our Shakespeare project. And I have the role of Mamilius, who's the little boy,
Nice.
and Autolycus. Now,
Wow.
Autolycus is a con man, or in my case, a con woman. And the way we've set it is, well, the second half of the play is 20 years after the first half of the play. And we're doing it in the 40s and then the 60s. So I'm basically a hippie selling myself and drugs to everyone because it's all about free love and hippies and woo.
Around the time of the play that she was in premiering in 2009, Chloe would upload a video revealing that she had finally gotten her braces removed. She seemed happy and everything seemed to have been going great. She explains that she just got a guy's number that she was interested in and was hanging out
Aww.
with old friends and reconnecting with people from
She
her
loves her
past.
teeth.
Sadly though, things weren't as they seem, as Chloe had something of a mask on, you could say. After December of 2009, Chloe Shaw's uploads to the Colossal Carnage channel started slowing down. Her final upload would be on May 2nd of 2010. It seemed like any other upload from Chloe. She just was being bubbly and charismatic in the video, rambling about whatever she wanted.
Hello.
Hello.
Been a while. Sorry about that. It's just I've been in the outdoors living life, and
I love her accent.
Which you can't really see here, but I'll put a photo in. Pa! So yes, that's how my hair actually looks now. But you can't see because it's so dark in my room. Because I hang around in the dark to reflect the darkness of my. No, not really. I can be in with
Aw,
shit.
maintenance.
I hope you're brilliant. This is going to be a quick
Nerds.
video now because I've got home and I've listened and I thought, do a video, do it now when you're excited and happy and not doing what you've done for the past 3 weeks, 2 months, possibly, and go, oh, just wait, don't worry, they won't mind, and I've ended up getting more subscribers, and I'm sorry, so hello new people, I love you all people, big hugs all around, I hope you can feel the love here. Yeah, I totally lost where I was going with that, but I'm quite comfortable hugging myself. There's no one else will. No, they will. If I dread them.
This video was titled Pal. It's the most viewed video on her channel, and that's because it was the last thing she ever uploaded before committing suicide. Reportedly 3 weeks after this video, Chloe Shaw made her way to the Sully Hill Park.
She wouldn't leave the park alive.
She was found later in the evening by a passing dog walker. Chloe's death was a shock to her family and many in her fan base. The exact reasoning behind her making this choice is unclear to this day, but there are some theories out there. There was a contingent of online trolls that despised these creators that were similar to Boxy and Chloe. And some speculate that, well, she might have been receiving some serious trolling and bullying behind the scenes. After she had passed, Chloe's mother started to notice a bombardment of hate comments on her channel, with trolls vocalizing their pleasure about Chloe's death. Quote, LOL, she's dead. Ha ha ha, the bitch is dead. Chloe's mother would go on to say that it felt like she had been assaulted. Quote, it was like somebody had punched me. I was winded. I felt sick. It's inhuman because the lack of empathy is astonishing.
Oh yeah,
I'd like to have one
pieces of shit.
of them stand in front of me, and I'd like to say, okay, you're not hiding behind your little name, and you're not hiding behind your little cartoon picture. Say it to my face, because I don't think they could. The British authorities were notified about this mean-spirited activity, and they actually did set out to investigate the accounts posting these hateful comments. YouTube would speak out about it as well, and they tried to take action and ban as many accounts as they could. This small group of detractors would go away with time, and Chloe's channel remains up to this day. You can visit it now to get a glimpse into her life.
No thanks.
And it acts as a memorial of sorts.
Creepy.
Rest in peace to Chloe Shaw.
Geriatric
An abandoned channel that sits at over 100,000 subscribers is Geriatric 1927.
Oh, wow.
While the reason for Geriatric's disappearance from YouTube isn't super disturbing and is probably somewhat obvious, that doesn't mean his story isn't remarkable. Geriatric was truly one of the first successful senior content creators on this platform, and he used the final years of his life to impart his invaluable wisdom to the younger folks out there. This is the story of Geriatric 1927. Peter Oakley, aka Geriatric 1927, was an older YouTuber born August 20th, 1927, and he had quite the life with plenty of stories to tell. And in his old age, he discovered YouTube. The old man became addicted after finding these videos and decided that he would start uploading content of his own.
I got addicted to YouTube. And,
Me too.
It's a fascinating place to go to see all the wonderful videos that you young people have produced. So I thought I'd have a go at doing one myself.
He created a YouTube channel in August of 2006. His first few videos were essentially test footage with him tinkering about trying to figure out how this, YouTube thing works. And these videos in and of themselves were interesting to others on the platform. An old man on YouTube back in 2006 was like super rare.
There was a when they demobilized you, they kitted you out with a new set of clothes. Yeah, which of course was good. I had quite a nice suit and everything that went with it, shirt and tie and shoes and a suitcase. But the silliest thing was also a trilby hat. Well, there was no way a young man of 20 was going to wear a trilby hat. I think they must have bought a job lot in or something. But I don't know what happened to it, but actually I wish I'd got it now, because it would be so kitsch as to be, in present terminology, cool.
Yes, Geriatric's channel became a must-see sideshow of sorts in the best way possible. To highlight his popularity, it said that at one point he had 4,700 notifications from YouTube in his email inbox.
Yeah, but he didn't read any of them.
He frequently received comments from curious viewers. Users wanted to know why an old man was making videos on YouTube. So Peter decided that he would tell his life story in a series called Telling It All. This would basically be an autobiographical series that went deep into his history. Some of his stories would involve childhood retellings about how he witnessed as a young teenager the bombings of his hometown by the Nazi Luftwaffe.
It was one night, and there was an horrendous noise of bombs falling, and an enemy bomber had fortunately crossed our lane, dropping a series of bombs as it went. If it had gone down the lane, there would have been very much more chaos and casualties. It did hit one house, and of course with the nasty consequences that you would imagine happened. But we were quite lucky in that one of the bombs in the sequence did land at the end of our garden. At the end of our garden there was a park called Waterloo Park, and that bomb didn't go off and was subsequently defused and then taken away. If it had have gone off, I may, if we were in our shelter, I dare say we would have survived, but certainly if we were in the house, we would not.
He would reveal that he joined the British Army during World War II after being drafted. There, he became a radar technician.
From the age of 16 and you're getting near to 18, you're waiting for that brown envelope to come through the door that's going to say you've conscripted, drafted, I suppose, in the American terminology, into the forces. And of course, the envelope always comes.
Geriatric highlighted that these radar techs were crucial to the war effort, and mechanics were sworn to secrecy, taking oaths to protect information harvested from the enemy. He even claimed that if you leaked, you would get killed. He talked about how he met his wife and certain hobbies that he got into, such as motorcycles.
The college that handled the
I love motorcycles.
Sort of work that I was involved in was in Leicester, which is a town in the very centre of England, and it's there that I met my future wife.
Aww.
You've been dying for me to tell you that, haven't you?
Peter would become the first grandpa of YouTube, and his channel was a hit, taking off in the algorithm. Geriatric had risen up in subscriber count to the point where he was the most subscribed channel on YouTube.
No
Yes,
way.
an old man. Geriatric also holds the record as the
Okay, I didn't know that. Wow.
first YouTuber to reach 25,000 subscribers. He had a huge influence on the platform, and his work would go on to inspire other elderly creators to make content. Peter
yeah.
was pleased to see this, as the man had a goal of getting more old folks involved in the online world, so that the memories of his generation could be preserved digitally. Yeah, Geriatric was truly a trailblazer for senior citizen content creators. He's the one that got the ball rolling. He does not support Feature Man, though. Or, what's the other dude's name? Creepy Ed? Throughout his tenure as a YouTuber, Geriatric would upload 434 videos between 2006 and 2014. He would also set up a second channel that was purely dedicated to music called Geriatric 1927 Blues.
Unfortunately, Peter's age would catch up to him.
As in 2014, he would be diagnosed with an advanced stage of cancer that was untreatable. His final video would be published in February of 2014, and Peter passed away about a month later on March 23rd, 2014 at 86 years old. Although Peter's life was over, his channel continued to obtain interaction, as his account would hit the 100,000 subscriber milestone 9 years after his death in January of 2023. Peter Oakley is a YouTube legend in a variety of ways. He encouraged more people to come onto the platform, especially older ones. It's always a good idea to go back to the Geriatric channel and pay your respects, but that's Geriatric's story. Yotzlaya is a now abandoned YouTube channel once operated by a man named Brian. It was a classic Let's Play style channel that attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers. They played Borderlands and other games, but the growth of this man's media career would come to a crashing halt one night when the YouTuber decided to make an ill-advised railroad crossing. This is the story of Yotzlaya. Brian Joseph Rickard, aka Yotzlaya, was born December 17th, 1982 in Terre Haute, Indiana. Brian was a blue-collar young man who lived within rural Indiana, where he would have two sons, named Matthew Wayne Rickard and Dawson Lee Rickard. In his spare time, he liked to be outdoors and hunting. But what he really loved was video gaming. It would be the catalyst for his YouTube channel's creation, Yotzlaya, of course. Brian would start his channel on March 2nd of 2007, but it wasn't until September 8th of 2010 when he started uploading. The majority of Brian's content at the time was minimal, simple gameplay footage, but he would eventually evolve a bit and started using a microphone to record commentaries.
Alright boys and girls, Yotzlaya here. Got a Modern Warfare 2 gameplay for you. Doing a special dual commentary. Got my brother-in-law here. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, everybody?
Hey fellas, this is Crown and Coke on the mic. We have a Ground War Team Deathmatch on D-Rail.
There was somebody there. I think your teammate actually killed him on the way up.
As a content creator, Brian grinded as much as possible, putting out daily uploads, playing a variety of games. Whenever he started playing Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies in March of 2011, things really changed for the up.
Zombies was so bad.
All right, boys and girls, you ought to say here.
I'm
Got you.
kidding.
Black.
Zombies is really good. Call of Duty was really bad.
Black Ops Nazi Zombies gameplay. And this is the last 5 minutes of my level 58 run that I had. I epically fell here in a minute. I was literally dozing off in the middle of this game.
Black Ops was the start point, Borderlands would be the explosion. After posting Borderlands content in October of 2012, his views shot up to receiving about 1 million per video, and his channel was growing exponentially. In addition to Borderlands and Black Ops content, Brian also posted
Borderlands, yeah.
vlogs where, you know, he showcased himself hanging out with friends and family. Brian also streamed.
On September 1st, 2012, Brian would in fact stream for 13 hours, 33 minutes, and 37 seconds in celebration of his 1,337th video.
Which spells out LEET if you don't.
I'm further than that. I'm further than that. I'm so fucking proud of it. My history is gonna be so long and so beautiful. I'm fucking settling in for the ride. I'll die to protect it. I don't care. Coming to my channel. Yep. 1.4K, bitch. I got this good. This guy's all ecstatic for this shit. But you know, the difference is I don't really do that well with retention, but I get views, tens of thousands of them. I get views. I do get views. It is there. It's awesome. I don't get a lot of subs, but I get a lot of views, and that's what it takes.
No.
I have like 30,000 views, you know, and that's good.
To say Brian enjoyed his newfound career as a YouTuber. It allowed him to provide for his family in a way never before financially, and the fact that he could spend more time with his loved ones. Sadly, though, this man would only
Or
get
10,000. I thought
as
it was
a
like
popular
30,000, but
content
it's
creator for a
10,000.
short time,
10,000.
As, well, his death was around the corner. On Wednesday, October 23rd, 2013, this 30-year-old YouTuber would make an ill-advised decision. As he and his friends,
20-year-old Ashley Pugh
and 24-year-old Ryan Cook, they were joyriding around Virgo County, Indiana, while allegedly partaking in a few alcoholic beverages. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, there's been a lot of debate on who was behind the wheel of the vehicle at the time of this encounter, but whoever it was, be it Brian or one of his friends, whoever was behind the wheel made the choice to try to beat an oncoming train at a railroad intersection. This foolish feat did not bode well for Brian and company, as the driver would fail the objective and the vehicle would collide with the massive locomotive, the train smashing into the side of the pickup truck that they were in. The collision would be so violent that it ejected Brian and Ashley from the vehicle. They would be pinned underneath it, all in the vehicle died. Before Brian's name was even announced to the public, fellow content creators had caught wind of the death, and they would make comments on social media regarding his passing. Condolences would be all over Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. Brian's Yotzlaga channel is still considered one of the largest Borderlands 2 channels on YouTube, even without him uploading for close to 10 years. He's renowned as a YouTube legend, and his channel will remain abandoned. On YouTube, there exists a channel by the name of Martin Het. It was created by an, at the time, British teenager of the same name back in 2007. It used to be frequently updated by the creator, who posted various vlogs and re-upload clips of the British sitcom Coronation Street. However, this activity would cease on April 16, 2017, after the upload of what would be the channel's final video. After this upload, Martin Het's channel remains forsaken to this day, and the tragic circumstances surrounding its abandonment would make international news headlines. This is the tragic story of Martin Het. Martin Het was born on December 15, 1987 in Tameside, England, growing up happy with his mother and father. Martin had multiple siblings, including his older brother, Dan Het, who is notable for being an award-winning digital artist and game developer. Martin has been described by many in his life as a natural-born entertainer, a class clown of sorts in school, and a social butterfly in his everything else that's not school, pretty much. He was always meet new people and try to get a laugh out of them. His penchant for amusing others would eventually lead him down the path of YouTube content creation. with him uploading various skits and comedy bits, and also re-uploads of Coronation Street throughout the years. When Martin was still a teenager, on August 29, 2007, he would create the Martin Het YouTube channel. His first video would be a trailer of sorts that was a dramatization consisting of multiple vlogs showing elements of his personal and social.
Isn't Coronation Street a fucking Cure song? Oh no, it's a movie? Okay.
Life, the piece titled Martin's Life Season 1 trailer. This video was uploaded on September 3rd of 2007, and the next 3 pieces of content that Martin uploaded were in the same vein. Mainly, they were just highlight videos of Martin and his friends goofing about on camera, as well as performing skits and comedy acts. His uploads would be infrequent at this point, as there didn't really seem to be a purpose for the channel. Martin just didn't take it too seriously. He was uploading whatever at the time.
I don't
However,
care.
the content uploaded to Martin's channel would begin to shift in 2012, with the bulk of the uploads consisting entirely of clips from a British soap opera called Coronation Street, which you'll soon find is Martin's favorite TV show of all time. Coronation Street, often referred to by fans as Corey, is one of the longest running television shows in history. A huge fan of the show, it would be through uploading clips from this sitcom that Martin would find his first shock of YouTube attention, as a cult following of Coronation Street fans would discover his channel and treated it as a niche fan page of sorts for the show. On December 1st, 2012, Martin would upload his most popular video to his channel, which consisted of a collection of one of Corey's main characters, Audrey Roberts, making her signature questioning sigh over and over again.
It's a bit late worrying about that, huh?
Huh?
You love it, don't you, huh?
Huh?
So what are you gonna do,
Hmm?
A wake-up call for what precisely?
Basically, Martin forming a highlight reel / meme edit out of love for the character. This
Yeah, why not?
video would go on to accumulate over 700,000 views and would solidify Martin's channel into a Coronation Street hub of sorts for super fans of the show.
Oh
Every
my
piece of content
God.
subsequently uploaded by Martin that had anything to do with this soap opera would get a decent amount of views from fellow fans. We're talking thousands, if not hundreds of thousands.
Wow.
Martin had, intentionally or not, created a community of people with similar interests. And considering the waning popularity of the show, you know, it's 60 years old at this point, I'm sure fans appreciated his channel as a place where they could talk freely and laugh with others about their love for this piece of media.
Cool.
Martin, in his own way,
That's
had
really
done
cool.
thousands of online strangers across the internet a favor by freebooting these clips. I call it chaotic good copyright infringement. Now, outside of the internet, Martin's life was going pretty well. In 2013, the man's IRL career was jump-started after he managed to find employment as a PR manager for the Manchester-based business agency Rumpus. Even with traditional employment, Martin still expressed himself creatively online and divulged more personal details about his personal life to fans. Martin would be open about the fact that he was gay, and he would from time to time share photos online showing him attending LGBTQ events. And aside from his fanaticism for Coronation Street, Martin also began openly showcasing his standhood for Mariah.
I wonder if Coronation Street is good. What is Coronation Street? Like, I have no idea what that is. Go take a look. Or, well, I suppose I want to go to, yeah, to the main page. Coronation Street. Yeah? Okay. Thank you, full fat videos. I would like to sub to your channel.
Drowned in a bath, locked in a cellar, witnesses his wife get stabbed, and is raped by one of his friends. You'd probably say that my script needs some work. The abundance of tragedies make the whole...
What's that sound? Oh, yeah. The music's really loud for some reason. I will come back to the end of this video, but I'm going to play some 76 now while New World patches. New World has a downtime for probably like an hour or something, so...
You got David's trophy? Pretty cool, right? Once Meg sees that, she's gonna know you mean business. She may have been a diehard, but they all started under David. Every single one of them. Even the gourmands would have killed for that trophy. Us cutthroats had all the power and they knew it. And that trophy was the biggest symbol of them all. Nice to see it still in one piece. Hope we can say the same for Rosalind's memorial in that AI program.
Must have left something. Where did I screw up? Any songwriters around here? I may be doomed to search my own feelings for inspiration.
Loud.
If you want to taste something heavenly and divine, Miss Esme is always whipping something up in the kitchen.
Please refrain from theft, looting, assault, murder, or trampling the flowers.
The work I do is extremely rewarding. Why is it tiring? I could really use a drink, but Rucker wants us sober on the job. I heard there's a chess set around here, if you ever want to play. Always make sure to boil your water before you drink it.
Wow. That's a gift, Jeremiah.
Well, hello there, stranger. Look around. A haven. Isn't it great? Now that's what
Can't believe we got a vertibird.
Hey, you're back. Rutgers put me. It might surprise you. We work hard to keep things. So here I am.
Let me check my... You would not believe how fast we've been going through our stash of steel scrap. It's been nuts. 50 units, if you have it, would go a long way.
One of the other initiates said I reek of desperation. I don't smell anything.
That's okay. I'll be here all day, though. It really...
I wanted to play New World, but they're patching. I'm sorry, guys. So I'm just going to play some other game while I wait. Pop in half an hour here and check and see if it's ready to play. It's annoying. Their voices are a little too loud. I'm going to turn them down. The master seems still a bit... That's why the effects were way down. Yeah, and I think that's about right, actually. Oops, no menu music or chat. Yeah, I think that's about right. Maybe it's too loud, I don't know. I love the robots, I always have. Let's see what my settings are right now. Yeah, what a terrible bunch of settings. Wish I could get DLSS, damn it. What if I could just put DLSS into the fucking folder? I mean, I'm getting a solid 120, but I mean, I'm inside. They wanted steel scrap, I guess? Yeah. Damn it. I can't, like... Oh, okay. I am trying to pull steel scrap out of the scrap box.
I think we can make this place home for a lot of people, yourself included.
I can hear you drinking. You fucking NPC. I can hear you drinking there.
Returned. Are you ready to donate? You do? That's okay. come back if you're ready to donate.
I bet power armor training's tough. Not that scribe training isn't hard too.
You'd think with all that tinkering Skippy does that he'd come up with something more medicinal.
I really appreciate it. It just so we might need. And I've got it. Thanks so much.
Or hell, look out the window.
I heard about what happened in Morgantown. I know it was way back, but I'm glad they chose to send me somewhere safe. Not somewhere.
Happy thoughts.
Oh, I got a treasury note for that.
Out in Appalachia. Be sure to tell them about the White Spring. The potatoes here taste amazing. So fresh, and only a few rats.
I love X-Men. It's been so long since I've had always a pleasure to see a guest. If you need a bed for the night, I'm sure Orlando can find a place.
Please have a seat. Someone will be with you shortly.
A dash of this. A sprinkle of that. Perfection.
Robot butlers? Is this a refuge or a palace?
Always something that needs doing. Oof. You'll need a Geiger counter when you're glowing like a Christmas tree.
I wouldn't want to be Rucker. Never thought of.
Well, seems like timing is one of your strong suits. Look, I can stitch up a gash with the best of them. But Appalachia, well, she can do a lot worse than cut us open. Got a lot of folks here with sickness we don't understand, and injuries we don't know how to treat. What we need more than anything is know-how. So I propose we trade. What I got that I don't need, for what you need that you don't got. I've heard you're looking ahead into the pit, and the only safe way out of Appalachia is that metal bird Lennox has perched up on the roof. She don't fly without my approval, and right now, you ain't got it. So, that's the deal. You bring back medical information that'll help me figure out how to help these folks. And I'll okay your little expedition. Today you'll be going to school. What's left of it anyway. So, how about it? Before the war, they would teach high school students about anatomy and physiology. Isn't that wild? I don't know how helpful it... But if there's any textbooks on the subject still intact at Morgantown High, I can... So talk to me. Nice. Well, let's get to it then. Anything you're able to find.
Considering all the places I could have ended up, I'm extremely lucky I'm here.
Oh, I didn't fucking rest the tiger. So annoying.
Bonjour. My name is Esme Rousseau. But most people... We've had some representatives. I thought that we could... I've started a pot of veg... How wonderful! The stew requires potatoes. Your job is to grab... Super! Let's have you start by stirring the stew, which will help keep it from burning. Remember to continuously stir during the cooking process. Fantastique! Let's get the first of the ingredients and prepare them. You're looking for carrots, potatoes, and the pièce de
I heard a
résistance,
bunch of
the
nerds arguing
venison.
over comic book heroes yesterday. Aren't there more important things to worry about?
Good evening. Here for dinner. Please feel free to seat yourself.
I need an indicator of where to go. I can't read your piece of shit mind.
Helping people is our chief mission. The cool uniforms are just nice.
Where is this? I don't know. Give me an indicator. You're not showing me.
Come on and get your management to keep the place clean if you don't like the way I do it.
Where do I go? There's no indication.
My friend, I hope you...
Orlando is very charming, but to be honest with you, I'm not really sure why my friends didn't want to join up with me.
Said the responders sounded like too much work.
People is our chief mission.
Wonder what they're here about. It's been sunny all week. I love it here.
Yeah!
Find the basket of carrots. Oh, wait, there we go. Basket of venison.
There's no problem too big to solve.
I can't wait until dinner.
This wanton robot tried to give me a haircut before running off. It's a shame. I can get out of that though.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
No reservations required. Help yourself to any cable
so long since I've had food with actual flavor.
Oh, I'm gonna lose this because I don't know where the potatoes are.
With Chef EvE around.
Oh, I could just keep stirring it, I think, which is good, but I don't know.
I heard a bunch of nerds arguing over comic book heroes yesterday. Aren't there more important things to worry about?
Oh no.
Hi guys, Jim here again. Welcome to Fallout 76. We're here at the White Springs Resort, the refuge. And this fella here, the greeter here, won't stop talking over me.
The stew has burned.
But
Do not be discouraged. Here is your stew. Hopefully, either the settler or raider representative will find some use for this. I last saw them in the bar area.
At least it's over. I don't have to worry about that stupid shit.
Just trying to get through another day.
Wonder if they have any chems laying around here.
It's nice to see people around in the responders uniform again.
Do you have anything to do with this place? We got a bunch of people coming into Crater, trying to eat all our food. You mess with me.
What a dumb quest.
I could really use a drink. The wrecker wants us sober on the job.
We aim to provide a safe, clean environment for all our guests.
This carpet, pretty bold choice, and not one I would have made.
It is a lot of work to maintain the property.
Still under maintenance, so I'm just gonna keep playing 76, but I'll wait on this screen until it pops. Figures the moment I go to play New World, they pretty much immediately patch. It's at 5 in the fucking morning. It always is like this. It's so weird. It's like the minute I want to play, they patch. It's so stupid. I mean, I wasn't really playing it, but it was nice to have on in the background. I've got to pee, guys, while she rests. Oh, well, first I'm going to sit my character down, but... Or actually, I'll stick the pet on the, yeah, the elemental, but... and yeah, we'll watch this fight, I guess. But yeah, I got to go pee real quick while she rests, and I'll be right back. I got to wait anyways, so... Fucking aimbot. No, I'm not paying attention. Oh shit. What's that? High Priest pack. What the hell is that? Nice! It's a nice right leg. Cool. Nice, yeah, sweet. Got a nice loot. Oh, I didn't know that was a door. God damn it. Oh, yeah. Fuck was that? Fucking weird ass scorched. Oh, I can play now. That's good. Sweet.
Violation of both stealth policies may result in detention, removal.
Oh, I have to update now? Oh, I guess they patched, huh? Okay, so I have to, like, crash out here. That'll take a few minutes. I'm sorry, guys.
Welcome. May I interest you in our fine art and decor?
Why am I not mining? Oh, because I didn't compress. Oops. $50 million. I lost this, huh? Damn it. Oh, no, maybe I got it, huh? I got it. Yeah. Oh, never mind. I thought I had a competitor, but I don't. Oops. Okay.
That Skippy guy's a little crazy, but I can't help it.
I heard about what happened in Morgantown. I know it was way back, but I'm glad they chose to send me somewhere safe.
You ever
not
get that
somewhere
feeling
like that?
Got something? I'm not sure what it is I forgot.
Sorry, I'm not much for conversation. I'll listen to my ear off.
As long as I stay inside this heavy refuge, I'm not here. I heard there's some monsters.
Rucker said you were helping us out. Hope you got some good news about those anatomy textbooks. So many pages. This is a lot of knowledge we might have lost if not for you. You've done the responders a great service, and now it's our turn to get to work.
Rank 1 achieved. Okay.
So this is a place that's bringing all these damn people to Appalachia.
Hello? You crashed? Did you crash on me? Oh, no, you didn't crash. No. 5% score boost claimed. Perk pack times 5 is 5 tickets. I've got 25 tickets. We'll take 5 perk packs for 5 tickets. Yeah. Oh, I can't do a Fallout's Worlds character. No. Well, I mean, I guess I can take that to my main. Yeah, that'll be helpful for my main. Yeah. Percival's Pith Helmet. What the hell is this? No. Liquid Courage. What is Liquid Courage? Legendary Core times 10. But I can't. I can't. Well, I can earn all this and it goes to my main, I guess. That's cool.
If you ever find yourself in a bind, you can always call on us.
There's a lot of supplies here that look ripe for the picking.
I love the music. It's so good. And this particular place has like 5 tracks each time you come. Each time you come, because it's a daily hub. So each time you come, it's like a different track when you come. And it's so good. It's like such good music.
Our chief mission. The cool uniforms are just a nice bonus.
Oh good. New World's up and running now. I want you in the right window, however. Yep, there we go.
I heard about what happened in Morgantown. I know it was way back, but I'm glad they chose to send me somewhere safe.
I think I want to change the video settings again.
Cards were dealt.
Aren't there more
Learn to make
important
the
things
best
to
of
worry
it.
about? Don't bother talking to that person from Crater. Nasty bunch, aren't they?
There, those are the settings I want. I missed the New World Easter event, I guess, and all the rabbits. I like the rabbits, and that was a stupid move I should have played. Oh well.
There I go, reassuring myself again.
I think I heard a Protectron bark the other day. Am I going crazy?
I should check if those Blue Ridge folks carry letters, too.
I wonder if the sun burns just as bright in California.
There are far worse places to set up shop than the White Spring. Far worse.
I could really use a drink. But Rucker wants us sober on the job.
Oops.
Oh, I can't wait until dinner.
There must be some pre-war books lying around the White Spring. Right for the take.
I have no way of counting. I ain't gonna happen inside this refuge.
I love the music. I thought it was exquisite.
Honestly, the presence of custodial robots does not excuse tracking mud all over our floors.
I don't know. You don't seem to be updating, or the server's still down, I guess. I don't know.
Need a hand? Getting a little bored sitting around here all day.
I love Esme's cooking. It's been so long since I've had food with actual flavor.
Now, isn't this a nice vacation, Jeremiah?
Discount? Not in this damn bottle cap economy.
Well, hello. Do you like Nuka-Cola? Don't be silly. Of course you do.
Ever been to Clarksburg? Why would you ever need to go when you got everything you need at Giuseppe's Curios?
Fruity? Try Nuka Cherry, Grape, or Orange.
An abundance of trinkets for sale, available for your perusal. Well, maybe not an abundance. My curios are not junk. I'd like to think of them as refined junk.
You believe we've got a birdie bird? That's a step up in the world if I've ever seen one.
Oh, you think I'm a good salesman? You should have met my mother. That
Oh, I did. Don't worry.
the shirt off your back.
I did. I met her. Don't worry. Met her many times.
Here's an easy riddle for you. I am all around you, but you cannot
Just a
see
little
me.
longer,
You
Ellison.
know me.
Valdez
better
will
than
see
a friend.
everything you have to offer. You'll
What
see.
am I?
Considering all the places I could have ended up, I'm extremely lucky I'm here. I've never felt safer.
Okay.
Allison's a good kid. But that Brotherhood gig of his isn't going to make him any money.
Exclusive to the White Spring, early release bottles of the newest cola sensation, Nuka-Cola Quantum. Looking for something different? We have regional flavors you won't find this side of Nuka World.
droid is depleted.
Nothing cleans the gears like an ice-cold Nuka-Cola.
Sometimes these days get so long. I forget why I came here in the first place.
Feeling fruity? Try Nuka Cherry, Grape, or Orange. Exclusive to the White Spring, early release bottles of the newest cola sensation, Nuka-Cola Quantum.
My friends didn't want to join up with me. They said the responders sounded like too much work. Wonder what they're doing now.
Looking for something different? We have regional flavors you won't find this side of Nuka World.
The folks don't join the responders for caps. They join to make a difference.
Feeling fruity? Try Nuka Cherry, Grape, or Orange.
Skippy? Should we buy his name and skip on down to my store?
Exclusive to the White Spring, early release bottles of the newest cola sensation, Nuka-Cola Quantum.
There's no problem too big to solve.
Nothing cleans the gears like an ice-cold Nuka-Cola. Looking for something different? We have regional flavors you won't find this side of Nuka World.
I've been sleeping well lately. Maybe I should try counting sheep instead of stamps.
Looking for something different? We have regional flavors you won't find this side of Nuka World. Exclusive to the White Spring, early release bottles of the newest cola sensation, Nuka-Cola Quantum.
Try not to track all of that dirt into my shop.
His responders must
I already
be
near
game
broke my
plan.
back trying to
Where they're
wash up
always
the
good
fallout.
about.
Robot butlers? Is
Oh.
this a refuge or a palace?
If you're caught out and about with no place to go, the responders have an outpost in Flatwoods.
Wonder if they have any plans.
Those raiders fight like hell. Maybe they're crazy enough to join her. Hey there. Don't think we met. I'm Skippy. Skippy Rorich. Something I or the Union can do for you? That's right. Looking for someone to help us take the fight to the Fanatics. Surprised we got a tick. The Union occasionally got a couple. I don't want to... Fantastic.
Has increased.
Let me just get Rucker in here. It's her bird, after all. Thanks for coming by, Rucka. Looks like we got a volunteer to take a trip out to the pit.
We've met. Had a feeling you might be up for this when you came by earlier. Guess I was right.
Figured you should be involved if we're gonna borrow your plane.
Your skill has increased.
Don't let Lennox hear you call it a plane. She takes it personally. Anyway, sure thing. You've done right by me. So you got the okay for me. Sophie and Esme tell me you helped them out too. So as far as the responders are concerned, you're good to go.
Great. This means a lot to the Union. I'll make sure you're well rewarded for it. I might have some other things I need help with here in Appalachia, too. I'll let you know. Good luck up there. We're counting on you.
Been a long time
Put as much work into the refuge as he does into the Brotherhood.
For good.
I'm gonna go get an apple real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, apparently have aggro. The hell's that? Oh, you stole this dark elemental that popped on me. God damn it.
Grease, aviation fuel, and fresh air. The best.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Whoa, hey, now you look interesting. What's up? I'm Lennox.
Docking request accepted.
Yeah? Right on. About time we made another trip out there. Ruckus said somebody'd be coming. If you're all set, I'm a miracle worker in the sky. Now I get my girl ready for takeoff, and you just tell me when you're ready to go.
Docking request accepted.
Oh, good. Thank God. Mystery bobbleheads, huh?
Your skill has increased.
Pardon our dust. Repairs will be completed shortly. Thank you for your patience.
Maintain situational awareness.
You'd think with all that tinkering Skippy does, that he'd have come up with something more medicinal.
Goddamn maze.
As I've said, Mrs. Russo, the facilities are available to responders and refugees.
I am responding to a need to save an addict from the terrifying consequences of indulgence. I suppose your charity doesn't extend to dirty junkies. Is that it?
As it stands, I have no way to verify your story. Had you a prior relationship with us, or the victim was present for our medical staff to...
Prior relationship? So this is a refuge ruled by nepotism, is it?
I deeply...
Finally, you've arrived. I was
Do you know this woman?
I believe.
Apologies are ordered to those who deserve them. Perhaps you could In that case, you will be happy to hear that the leaders of Atlantic City are sponsoring travel for visitors. You might speak to Mr. Jeremiah Hopkins about it, if you haven't already. He has a booth out in the common area, beside the stage. So long as you're willing to provide assistance to the locals during your travels, you may fly to Atlantic
Incredible.
City whenever you like.
Was that so difficult?
You're graciously welcome for the flight, Mrs. Russo. Now I'm afraid I have other duties to attend to. Lennox shall be happy to board you once your preparations are complete. Excuse me.
It baffles me how you're able to deal with that person. I mean, where are they from? The 17th century? Oh, please. I'm a performer. I learned from real life stage experience. Not from sitting at home reading Shakespeare over and over like that Orlando character must have. It's embarrassing to listen to.
You're gonna boot me again. Wow. I don't know. You say you're online, but I don't think you are. Oh, damn it.
Wonderful. I'll be having a drink at the bar until our departure. I'll need it to get me through that dreadful flight.
Excuse me! Sorry to interrupt you. I just heard you were going to Atlantic City and it's not safe there.
Gonna go
There's a monster.
get an apple.
I saw it. People keep going missing. That's why I left.
You're not mouthing off about some Jersey devil, are you? What a load of hogwash. My parents told me that story when I was a child to scare me into submission. Well, it didn't work. And no Jersey devil has snatched me from my bed.
It's real, I swear.
That's wrong.
Management will be pleased to hear of the activity here.
They're siphoning its blood and turning it into a drug. That's why it's so angry now.
Marketing tactics. What would you name a chem that's supposed to be the ultimate temptation? Would you call it innocent angel milk? Siphoning blood. No sensible business person would put in all that effort, even if the Jersey Devil was real.
Loud tourists, low-tier entertainers, showgoers on their way home from the pier. The devil swoops down from the sky and swallows them whole.
The perfect cover story to disappear anyone inconvenience. That devil almost got me too! Oh, good thing I fled to the mountains!
Long ago, a woman known as Mother Leeds cursed her 13th child. When she gave birth to the child one stormy night in the Pine Barrens, it transformed into a winged devil and flew off into the night. It's been tormenting Jersey residents ever since. You did?
Oh, brother! Don't encourage these delusions.
We're lucky to be alive. It had so much evil intent. I still feel its effects. Don't you? At least I warned you. Better for my conscience. Keep your eyes on the skies.
Don't tell me I'm holding you up. There's windshield polishing.
I heard about what happened in Morgantown. I know it was way back, but I'm glad they chose to send me somewhere safe and not somewhere like that.
Jersey Devil. Ooh, I've never seen such a thing.
Mariah Carey on YouTube, posting many clips and videos regarding the woman, solidifying the singer as his second most loved obsession, if you will. He got even more popular IRL, with the guy getting on game shows at one point, and in April of 2015, Martin would actually get an opportunity to meet Mariah Carey, and he ended up getting one of his t-shirts signed by the woman.
Sorry.
Yes, thanks to his YouTube channel's popularity with Coronation Street fans, Martin began to become somewhat famous IRL. As a result of him sparking the fan base, he was invited on several radio shows to discuss his peculiar affinity for Coronation Street, his love for the show getting so extreme that he actually got a tattoo of one of the characters' names on his body. That tattoo being in honor of Deidre Barlow, which was his favorite character apparently. In a radio interview, Martin would discuss that he was such a big fan of the show that his entire house was basically a museum or shrine dedicated to the soap opera.
How you doing, Martin?
I'm alright, thanks. How are you?
Is Inner Calf correct description of where it is?
Yes, yeah, in a car, yeah.
Inner Calf, right. And give people an idea of the dimensions of your tattoo.
The dimensions, oh right, so it's just over half of my lower leg.
So you're a fan of Coronation Street then?
I'm a Coronation Street super fan, yes. My house is actually a Coronation Street museum.
In hilarious fashion, Martin would actually later appear on television on an episode of Tattoo Fixers, and what they did was basically pimp out his Deidre tattoo to make it a full portrait of the woman. He was all in with Coronation Street. Yes, in both the online and real world, Martin was thriving. He was able to express himself freely, had something of a fan base, a solid career in media brewing up, and an ever-expanding network and social circle. The future was looking like it couldn't be brighter for the young man. But of course, this is a video all about abandoned channels with disturbing backstories. So what happened? Martin's last YouTube video would be published to his channel on April 16th of 2017. It was a meme-style edit video in which Martin showed Liverpool singer Heidi Raines providing the siren sound for an emergency vehicle. Martin didn't have time to publish any more content for the rest of this month, as after all, he was preparing for an Ariana Grande concert that was to take place in Manchester in just a few
no!
Weeks. Yes, that Ariana Grande.
Oh, I'm so sorry, man.
Grande concert.
Moments from the end, this. Look to the left of the screen, the flash of the explosion, and then the boom. Inside the arena, this is what it was like.
Oh my god. What's going on? What just happened? What's going on? Oh my god!
On Monday, May 22nd, 2017, prior to getting to the Grande show, Martin would attend a radio interview for BBC Radio 5 Live. He was invited to speak as a result of his online fame regarding Coronation Street and what he had done for the fandom. In many ways, this would serve as Martin's final address to the niche online fan base that he had fostered over the last decade. Sometime after 6 p.m., he would take a tram to Manchester with one of his friends, the men getting hyped for the show and listening to Ariana Grande's music on the way there. Martin would arrive at the show at 8:45 p.m. as Ariana Grande had already taken the stage. An estimated 14,200 fans were in attendance. Martin would meet his other friends at this concert, and they made their way to the front row where they watched and enjoyed the musical talent of one of the most notable pop singers in the world at the time. A bystander says, quote, "He was singing at the top of his voice, dancing without a care in the world. It was such a great time to be together." It's said that Martin had the time of his life at this show. He was dancing, there were people around him. He was just thrilled to be there in that moment. Now later in the night, as Ariana's set began to finish up, Martin would leave the arena stage around 10:28 p.m., winding up in the city room foyer where he laughed and joked with the arena security staff. One of the stewards reportedly witnessed Martin filming himself while enjoying this moment. It would later be said that the only reason that Martin was in the city room foyer is because he just happened to have striked up a conversation with somebody about Coronation Street of all things. Sadly though, the city room was about to be attacked. At 10:31 p.m., a nail bomb weighing more than 66 pounds was detonated in the city room by Islamic terrorist Salman Abedi. Apparently, Mr. Het was only 4 meters away from the explosion. Unfortunately for Martin, his body suffered multiple injuries. One injury included shrapnel to the neck, which would lead to his death. Martin was one of 22 victims from that night, and Salman Abedi was also killed in the explosion. It was a bombing. The news of the explosion and the attack would take the media by storm, and as word was beginning to break out, Martin's mother and stepfather were the first relatives to arrive at the scene. Stuart Murray, Martin's stepdad, thought the worst. Quote, "I just thought, bloody hell, they must have hundreds of bodies laid out there on the football pitch. Are we going to have to walk around all these bodies to see if one of them is Martin?" At the same time, it was still early. I was thinking he's probably just gone AWOL. Martin, when he went out, traditionally went astray. He once phoned us saying, "I've fallen asleep on the train home to Stockport and woken up in Nottingham. What should I do?" He was always losing his phone. Sadly, this wasn't one of those cases. As the British authorities searched for the missing victims that attended the Ariana Grande concert, the police had to ask Martin's parents about any noticeable features on his body that could be used to identify him. And well, the feature they gave him was the Coronation Street tattoo. This would be used to help identify Martin. Martin's parents were beginning to give up hope as the search went on, and just as they were on their way back to the vehicle, that's when they were tapped on by police. A liaison officer would inform them that, unfortunately, Martin had passed away. He was killed in the explosion. Both the parents and the liaison officer broke down into tears during this instance. The rest of Martin's family, who were still at home waiting on the news of his whereabouts, were already being pestered by journalists as the news had leaked. They didn't even have official confirmation, and there were people trying to talk to them. Not the best situation. Well, after news broke around the world about the Manchester bombing and Martin Het's death, he would be celebrated by the media to the point where #BeMoreMartin was trending on social media, with people saying that we should all strive to be like Martin Het. His love for Coronation Street would be well known around the world, and support of Martin would be given by cast members of the show, both current and previous. Several even attended his funeral.
Poor man. Yeah, why did you fucking do that to Ariana Grande and her concert? Why did you do that? Stuff like that makes me wonder why humanity is like this. What's your problem? Yeah, it was a sad ending. I don't want to do any more of it. Florida Man. I think I've seen that one. I don't think I want to do that one. No. I've already looked at this. We go back to the drawing board. Fallout 1 and 2 box covers. Caracal T2's EVE Online Guide. Electric Alpha Abyss. Caracal T2's. Okay. 25-30 million an hour. Yeah, but it's a lot of work. I watched the Temu one. The best and worst PlayStation 2 ports. That's G-Man Lives, yeah. Yeah, Half-Life 2. There was a good Half-Life 2 port on that system. Darkest Internet True Crime Rabbit Hole. Twitch Gooner Girls are gross. Gooner Girls. Oh my god, what are you talking about? The Sims Online is dead now? Oh yeah, The Sims Online, yeah, it probably is. Airline CEO say Boeing needs a rockstar engineer CEO. Mortal Online 2 developer stream. Here, that'll be entertaining. Let's listen to Hemrick. Yeah, this will be great. Here we go. Why even put it in the video? Seems weird to me. Whatever.
Good evening.
What's up, Hemrick?
So,
thank you for the excellent content from my stream, Mortal Online. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Sneak peek. What do you thought about those songs?
Why would you patch? Oh, you're reserving space and it's taking a really fucking long time.
I don't care. Awesome, awesome.
Great.
Seeing any. Alright, so welcome to our stream today. Got a few things we wanna update with you guys. A lot of things is going on in the development. Some really exciting things.
I like Henrik. He's good for my bloodstream. He's just chill. Chill as fuck.
You enjoy the tunes while we were waiting for the stream to start. I very much enjoy them. Very nice, very nice.
Very nice.
Songs are perfection, indeed, indeed. All right. So, as you know, wasn't that long ago we released our first sprint.
Yeah, it was good. I think it feels better.
With some AI spawner madness.
Why are you on me?
Finally got under control as well. Voice of an angel. Thank you, thank you.
I am not the one killing you.
Please don't tell me second character slot got delayed. No, I can already calm your nerves by saying that is not the case. We know the second character slot is a big content update for a lot of players.
Ooh, second character slot's coming. Yeah.
Players, but also new players want more things to play around with. To also, you know, have enough value when it comes to subscribing for some people that want more, pretty much. My ears are bleeding. Come on, Mercab. What are you listening to? We're getting close to the next patch, Sprint 2. I'm gonna go through some of those updates. Just let me take a look here. And yeah, thank you everyone for the subscriptions. Prime, I missed a few in the beginning here.
Oh wow, there's a new update
Prime,
for
thank you.
Shrouded. Okay.
Suicide with
Path of Exile has always been free.
20 months. Thank you very much.
That's a good deal. I should buy Kenshi for $9.
Thank you also. And I
wonder if I have
some
it.
Here. Tentar with the bits. Add those songs into MO2's OST and just have it play in place of the environment music. I'm not sure if they fit in the game, right? Where's the music? I missed it. You know, I was playing some Mortal songs before we started the stream. Still didn't add your monument. What was your monument? Vertschloos. Put some life of huge map, please. Get me mob slot even. And when Star Vault stock gonna be back. We're getting there, we're getting there. We have a few things in the loop that's gonna spice things up. Gaming TV, thank you for the Prime. Thank you very much.
Incoming emote.
Alright, so let me just take one little thing here. Alright. So yeah, we are back on track with Sprint 1, as I mentioned. It's been very entertaining to watch the streamers having fun in the vault. I hope you enjoyed it. All of you guys that have the time to visit it without being slaughtered too much. We know that new dungeons are obviously quite popular and they can be dominated by large groups. So it's good that we're getting a few good, solid
This is a good deal. I'm taking it.
The game spread out. And we already are quite far in the next one, obviously. Very exciting stuff also. A little bit different theme again. Just trying to spice things up. And again, just try to improve from past feedback and experience we get from our current dungeons. Good talking to you in Fab the other day. Yeah, Terp Sky. Good to meet you guys. I always enjoy meeting players, obviously, in the game. It may be in random cities every now and then. My last visit was indeed in Fabernum. It was fun to meet some people there. So yeah, that's fun. Alright, let me catch up a little bit here. Will any of the upcoming sprint dungeon be in the jungle? Yes. There will be something in jungle area. So we're gonna, so as we already, I flagged for a few times, you know, it's very important that we have an efficient work set up within the team and making sure we can try to deliver the patches somewhat on time, at least, you know, our internal schedule or set up and important. I've also said that we're not posting any dates publicly because, you know, if there's something that we run into, problems or anything, whatever that may be, or new things that we didn't foresee, we need to be a little bit flexible because we are a small team. Everyone is dependent on specific ways. So that's why we also added the information on top of the roadmap, so everyone can know for sure that doesn't hear me on these streams, that we need to have the roadmap somewhat flexible if something happens or we need to rearrange or something like that. And we actually have a few updates today that I'm gonna go through, so you know what's going on and for what reasons. What about PTR dates? Yeah, so we have a PTR coming up very soon actually. I'm gonna go through that as well. Make a dungeon in Texas would be cool. Make giant camp Red Town, give it more banners. Alright, so I'm gonna update the webpage as well now with the new roadmap as we go through the changes we're gonna do. So I'm just gonna take care of that also.
This is taking a long fucking time. Why? This update was dumb.
So
you
one
took
of
me
the
down
things we
for
had to rearrange a
hours.
little bit. We know how important the character slot is, so that we want to make sure we don't delay that one. It's been quite a project to handle. You know, we have multiple platforms, and it's been everything is under test. We need your help as well on the PTR. So we're actually planning to run a PTR next week if everything goes as planned, where you will be able to test the character slot system, try to break it as much as you possibly can. That would be helpful. And we have the new TC Siege window system in place. We want to test that as well if possible. We have the update on the supply towers. We remove the global defense values. They will instead give you supply to your city. They tick every 30 minutes, and you can benefit from that by holding those towers. So that's one of the change. We also tweaking the numbers behind the supply storage, the siege window system, rather than having it completely tied to defense. You know, we want to try to step away from the ninja sieges and the problems of, you know, not being there when it's actually time to have a proper fight, right? So we're looking at a challenge system that a few of those MMOs are doing, similar to EvE Online, a little bit like EvE Online, but also Shadowbane, some similarities to Darkfall. So that means you can challenge a guild for a siege, and within 3 days the owners need to set the time window with a response, and within that time window is when the siege gonna go down. And you know, hopefully that will also be more exciting, fun, you know, building up towards those hours. Both sides can be prepared and go for it, you know. So that's something we hope that you will be able to help us to test next week as well on the PTR. These have stolen quite a bit of time from combat abilities. We also had spawn issues that you all have been suffering from a little bit since sprint patch. So sadly we've been a little bit delayed there. We need a lot more time to get combat abilities in a good stage. So we're pushing combat abilities forward, and we're keeping the character slot system in this TC Siege system in Sprint 2, which is this next patch that we are delivering quite soon. So that's one of the rearrangements we're doing. We're also expanding a little bit with some more things that we have more clarified on the roadmap, which is Sprint 3. It's actually growing a little bit. You will see that we are planning to step over to Unreal 5.4. We're also working on some performance improvement there. We all know how important performance is, especially when we are in large-scale battles. So we're doing some work there. We're also doing important work on the new player experience in Haven. We are following and monitoring very closely now all new players. We have much better tools for that now, and we know where they struggle, where they fail, and where they stop playing. And we're also seeing some reviews of the game, YouTube videos where people give a lot of feedback with great stuff, right? And we're trying to cover as much as possible of that. So along with Sprint 3, we have a lot of those good things in place, and that's also where we plan to do additional marketing and reach out to more players, and also to make sure that that new player experience is indeed improved and working better, so we can see how those numbers progress after that patch. So that is Sprint 3. We're gonna update the roadmap right now, so everyone can just go to roadmap and refresh, and you will see that that happens now. So Sprint 1 deliver, right? Sprint 2 is the one that we are gonna run PTR on next week if everything goes as planned. And then yeah, we had to push around a few things there, as you can see. So yeah, that's the update on the roadmap to make sure it's more up to date and a little bit refined. So that should be good. I'd like to see Haven to be free personally. So that is the plan down the road, right? We are doing some important updates on Haven now. But the next step down the road for Haven is to actually make it free to play. And that should be a good way to get a lot of people trying the game and hopefully get more into the game with the new improved Haven experience. We're doing a very important
they're going to improve Haven,
here,
huh?
But we also plan to do additional few steps when the time comes to make it free to play also later.
Oh, they're going to make Haven free to play, okay.
Please allow us to add our old account to second slot. That is a different story, I'm afraid, and that complicates things very, very much. And we don't want to delay the character slot. Everyone has been demanding for that feature for quite a while now. We don't want to push it around anymore, right? No, that means weapon abilities is not. As I mentioned before, we are pushing it forward. We need more time, and you know, the spawn issues, multiple things that we have spent a lot of time on, performance issues that we're working on as well. As you can see in the roadmap now, we have updated it so it matches what
second character slot is good. It's good.
And there's some important things on Sprint 3 also now that we have revealed, which is the new task and reward system, performance update and new player experience, and Unreal 5.4 update. I've been doing some quite large improvement there in that version, so we hope that we can benefit from that much better.
Cool.
Or did the second slot come out? No, it's not out yet. It's the next patch. So PTR next week. That's when you can test the siege window system that I mentioned and the new character slots. It's great that you try to break anything of that, because you know we need to have that in a solid state. Yeah, I mean, I'm also very excited for the combat abilities, but I think that it's very important that we do those correct, right? I know that a lot of people that are fan of combat, you know, it needs to be good, right? And we need to make it very solid. So I think that's something we shouldn't rush. So it's, you know, time spent on it. You know, it's better we do it right. I think you most of you agrees with it. So second character is entering PTR next week. Yes. How is that complicated? Second character. You can ask Sebastian. There's a lot of things that you have to, you know, go through and consider and fix.
This took forever. Why did it take
now,
3 hours
our
to
QA
fucking
team
reserve
found
space
lot of
for a
strange
new
things,
world update?
And we don't want to mess up
Fuck
your
is
characters
that?
and accounts, right? So our guys have just been killing through it, fixing everything we found so far. That's why we want you also to have a chance to do whatever on PTR, because if you find something critical, then you know we have the time to fix that. So you know, it may sound easy, right? Just another character, that's it. But there's so many steps: how you log in, how you log out, where it is, how it saves, what happens when you crash your client and trying to log in a second character. There's quite a few things other than the obvious saving a whole new character in the database and how it works in your account and all of that. I can also clarify that we are using the second character as its own individual, so it won't go very deep diva system that we talked about before. There is one main rule though, and that is that you can only have one house tied to that account, so you share the house between those characters. That's one of the main thing I would say. The veteran system is in Sprint 4, as you can see on the roadmap, so we are not fully there yet. Comment abilities before free-to-play Haven, please. I think that is gonna be the case, yes. Most likely, at least. Combat abilities worries me of ruining the fun of melee, and that is why we can't rush it, right? We want to do proper rounds before you will be able to PTR test it, and that's when we see if the majority think it's a great addition to the combat. If we can see 50% don't think it's a great addition, then obviously we're not in the right direction. So that is one of those features that I will flag for. It will take the time it needs, right, before we're happy and see, oh, we're not right. We want to do proper rounds before you will be able to PTR test it, and that's when we see if the majority think it's a great addition to the combat. If we can see 50% don't think it's a great addition, then obviously we're not in the right direction. So that is one of those features that I will flag for. It will take the time it needs, right, before we're happy and see overwhelmingly majority think great, it adds depth and skills to the game. We can accept it, right? That's one of the rules I want to add to combat abilities. That's why I want that to be flexible and don't set a date on it. Yes, your other character will have your own unique first name, and we may even have to remove the surname, the last name, right? There are some complications around that as well, and they are not unique currently, so that's what we're looking at also. Yeah, and that goes hand in hand with the FIS system, FIS weapon system. So we ran into a few issues there where it kind of clashes with the dual system. For it to work in a reasonable way, that's also one of those that we can't just rush it in a way how we're looking at that system right now, because it wouldn't be fun and great and feel good. We only want to add combat that feels good and are great, and that they need simply enough time to make that happen, and then PTR. So you also can give your feedback and play around with it. So that is the fist weapons is also put on forward, and it depends on a few things, because those developers that are working on that is also working on performance updates for large-scale battles and combat abilities. They go a little bit hand in hand, so that's why they are together moved forward, if that makes any sense what I'm explaining here. Alright, I'm gonna jump down a little bit here. Combat abilities will include archery, yes. So there will be, we're starting with one abilities for every single weapon group, including archery. I have 3 or 4 designed, so we're just going to continue on the next one when the first round is finished. Like I said, we need a lot more time to get that to feel great, and then we will invite you to PTR that system.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Guys, can you repeat second character slot on next patch? Yes, that is correct. Sprint 2 is the next character slot, and that is planned to be PTR next week, so you can help us test it, make sure there's nothing broken in that system. don't share the skills either. So you can do a completely new character,
Approaching
go
Stargate.
spend the skills wherever you want, just like, you know, it as that character would be on another account. The only thing is that you share the house.
I'm gonna make a crafter.
As the houses are account owned.
Oh, okay.
That's the main difference. As a new player accidentally made my character kind of bad, but don't want to delete it because of time waste or pay for a new sub, so I just quit. So that is one of the things that we actually have in our table for Sprint 3. We know that a lot of players don't know what it means, how you create the character. So they do what I think is nice, right? And then when they have played through Haven and even into Milan, they may join a group that says, well, you should
just allow respec.
Remake your character because you want.
You should allow respec. There's nothing really wrong with that. Like a character confirmer that you can only do twice. Once here, once in 3 months, right?
This or that.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
The thing is that we have changed, so you're not 100% stuck as long as when it comes to age, size, and so on. You can change those in the game with potions and stuff from other players, but changing clade is something you can't do in the game, right? So currently at least. So we are also addressing that. We're looking to make presets, classes, options for those that are new. So if they want to be, they know if I want to be a tanky warrior, there's a button for that will show that this is a proper build. It comes from the veterans of the game, you know.
This took so long.
And
what the fuck?
Well, you did it correct, right? You don't have to re-roll to get those stats quickly up and running. So we're doing stuff like that. We are also looking to possibly add, along with another system, a re-roll function. So you can actually re-roll a character in the game on an old character if you even want to change the clade. So you shouldn't ever feel that shit, I messed up and I feel the pain forever. What do? Do I scrap it or can I do anything? And that's what we're fixing. Pizza. Inferno Pizza. So we got you covered. We're getting there. Yes, it's an entire new character. Tazu. They don't share banks.
Approaching Stargate.
Currently, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. Alldayerrydaybaby is on the next sprint. So not this one. Next one.
Autopilot jumping.
You can see it on the roadmap on our web page under About and Roadmap. So Sprint 1 is delivered, Sprint 2 is the one that we are starting PTR next week.
Warping to Stargate.
So no, not shared bank as it looks now, it's only shared housing.
Approaching Stargate.
Right, let me catch up a little bit here.
Autopilot jumping.
So 2 accounts with 1 house slot. 1 account with 1 house. 1 account with 2 characters with 1 house.
Warping to Stargate.
Right.
Warp drive active.
And also one of the decisions why we didn't want to restrict the professional skills and so on the second character is that, you know, we are very early on in the age of Mortal Kombat 2. When you see the next roadmap content, there will be more and more professions and skills, both action skills and professional skills.
Approaching
So
Stargate.
you're gonna wanna need those points to be able to try things out, right? And you know, we want proper value on an account. You understand a lot of people want to try completely different things, right?
Jumping.
On one account. So it's gonna be needed, especially over time when we add more and more profession and action skills. I mean, we have assassins, we have thievery, more magic schools, more crafting things, tailoring, barbering, you know, map making. There's a lot of things on the horizon.
Map making.
How are you feeling today? I'm feeling pretty good. Goose lols, thank you very much. Hope you're all good as well. Alright, I'm gonna jump down a little bit here so I catch up. I'm always behind. Wow, I was more behind than I thought. Alright, let's see. Dices and guild banners, it's one of those that we absolutely want. It didn't sadly make it the top 10 when the community voted. So there's always two ways about it, right? We have a few things in the background that we always pick, we know we need it for the game, and then we also try to obviously get a lot of input from the player community, what they want to see, what will you sub for, what are you looking forward to? Obviously that is a high priority for us as well, right? So depends on how we're going to do the next round of if we want to get some additional inputs, votes. We have to see, maybe make some room for some stuff that we simply decide we're putting this as well, you know, stuff like that. So one of the cool thing also that we are adding now with the new player experience is that we're looking at the fledging flag. We want to bring back the fledging flag, but with some specific changes. Obviously we don't want to make people vulnerable with that flag. That doesn't really teach
your skill has increased.
How you play Mortal Kombat, right? But there's some good components to it to identify new players, how we can promote, good interaction between them. And also how we can punish players that simply kill a noob that doesn't have anything to, you know, of value. So
your skill has increased.
There's some good things how we wanna make sure that, you know, for instance, if you kill a yellow player, you will lose more standings because you're doing a very poor thing that doesn't benefit anything in the world other than pushing players away from the game. And we all want players in game, including the murderers, right? If they run out of
your skill has increased,
they're gonna get bored also, right? So it's just logical things and improvements, and not Care Bear at all. Yellow player is simply a flag.
Good fight.
That informs you this is a completely new character.
Lost 12 on that one.
It's a waste to kill him because he have only noob stuff, pretty much. You know, we want to encourage player to recruit them, teach them, get them into their guilds and so on, because that's how we get new players to stay in a much better ratio. Randomly running into a killer, getting slaughtered and lose their hard-earned silver coins doesn't really help, right? So just logical promotion system that helps the players. Protecting the players when we need them. We do. Everyone are asking, you know, when are we ramping up marketing? We want more players. I mean, you know, there are several steps that helps us get more players, and not only get them, but actually keep them, right? So keeping new players is very important. Now when we have the new monitoring tools, we're very closely monitoring a new player,
Autopilot
what they
jumping.
do, when they take a break, when they stop playing, where they get frustrated or fail or simply doesn't understand the game. And we are fixing a lot of that for the Sprint 3 patch with the new player experience
Warping
improvement.
to station. Warp
Along with
drive
that, we also
active.
add a notice board function. So
Your
you
skill
as
has
a
increased.
guild today will be able to add
Oh, no.
guild information on this
No.
system, and you have some different options where you can recruit new players, you can get contacted by new players. So the new players, when leaving
What was this?
will access
Where
this
was the
window.
pet? Where'd it go? Oh my
Searching
god.
for guilds, contacting guild leaders,
Alright,
or,
well.
specific ranks, and apply
Great.
and be recruited. So a very
What
good
was
trade
that?
between
I don't know.
current guilds and players and new players.
I'm up in money, I know that.
Something we absolutely also need to add. We see quite often
Kinda need
new
a
players
change
that are,
in
interested
zone,
in the
though, I
game.
think.
They want to do
permission
more things. They want to play with other
requested.
players
Docking
because this is a
request
sandbox
Docking
MMO.
permission
And
requested.
sometimes they ask in help channel, or sometimes they find a way into Discord and they ask there. And some people say check the forums or the Discord channel for recruitment. Not very modern, right? We want to make sure they can do all of that inside of the game rather than randomly find it outside of the game, right?
6
Just
star
another very
clusters, not
important
bad.
thing we want to do. So that's something that's you know, powerful tool for you as well. I know a lot of you guys are recruiting, trying to find those new players and enjoy taking them in. It's a really good thing for the game and the community, so obviously we want to promote that by giving you powerful tools so you can recruit on distance as well. Will it be like a guild notice board? Yes, but I'm not even sure if we're gonna have it on an NPC, because again, the problem is new players don't know where to find these NPCs, they miss them. So we may as well add it in the guild function, where so everyone can access this function pretty much. So we're looking at that right now also. Speaking of new player experience, let's remove legacy priests, reintroduce legacy equerries, and make strongholds comes down with a priest.
Damn it.
I think when we had game bug problems, etc., games are refusing to help us or ignoring. They don't ignore. I know they do everything they can, but sometimes there's obviously more things that needs to be covered, went through, or clarified before they can help in some of the cases. But obviously that's something of high concern from us, high priority, to try to cover and have as good as possible as well, next to the complete game development, right? In game,
Yes.
quest board or notice board for advertising.
Oh, Eco
On
Sandy,
that
tell
note,
Nila.
look into creating merc contracts for. Yeah, so we had a pretty cool notice board system in the first game that can be expanded into, you know, services like that. You want to hire someone, so obviously we want to expand further on that, right? Also over time. We see a lot of new players every day, like I say, and we monitor them very closely. And currently, it's such a high random chance if they are becoming a long-term player or not. We can't let that to be a random chance. We absolutely need to improve those fall trap holes that we see them step into. So we are addressing those now.
72.
And after that, that's when we're gonna do another round of inviting new players in a wider amount. When will we improve the service so that they can support more than 2,000 players? We already do. We already are surpassing that quite a lot. We've been way above that for several months. Now we are a little bit below that. We've had another influx of players increasement the latest weeks. So it goes up and down depending on the cycle and period of time. But we are absolutely gone beyond that a long time ago. I don't know if you remember, but we talked about it and had many
Incoming party
server
invite.
improvement patches for the last year, almost non-stop since the release, and we have done huge optimization multiple times. So, you know, we have more issues on the clients right now with Unreal 5. The FPS is the bigger bottleneck currently. We ran 450 players without any freezes. Everyone had quite low FPS though in Unreal 4 with 450 players, 800 in one node, which was our record. I think it was around 800 or even 1200 in one node at one time when all other nodes had crashed. We were surprised it ran so well with 1201 node, which is quite insane numbers. Now if you are 300 players on screen, that's when a lot of clients are freezing, and you know, we've done improvements on it, but it's still not where it used to be. We want to, you know, surpass that, and that's one of the things we're also working on with Sprint 3 and Unreal 5.4 updates with performance updates. We need to get back there to have those higher record again and be happy. We do plan to add the clothing as a separate tab system that is cosmetic, and obviously could be tied to a lot of gold sinks also, yes. We haven't really decided if there should be life bar on Spiritists. I heard, is it you, Ray, that suggested that last stream as well? I remember someone suggested it. Maybe that's something we should do, but we haven't really got to the time to actually just decide it or not. When is second sprint? So I can tell you that we plan to start the PTR next week. So depending on how that goes, right, we will get closer to our final date. There may be some broker updates along also on Sprint 3. A big maybe, but there are some stuff planned if things goes smooth. Sorry, I should have obviously updated to this next topic, so alright, let's see, let me jump down a bit here again. What the amount we're getting next sprint? So we are getting the Tower Dogs, I believe, next, and then the Lightgator, if I'm not mistaken.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive.
We don't have
active.
a date on the fist weapons and the combat abilities. I mentioned that before, that everyone knows that obviously adding new combat mechanics, weapons and so on is very sensitive. We don't want to rush it. We don't want to have it halfway done or half good or unbalanced. We want to make sure that it's in a solid state before we start PTR, so you can experience it how we intend it to be. And then I think we may need more PTR time on such sensitive features before we feel that, okay, the majority signs off, this is a good thing, now we can add it. Because it's quite different to add a new combat ability or weapon group type compared to adding a completely different feature, right? A lot of people that are very passionate about melee fighting, PvP and so on, combat, and you know, it's one of the strengths of this game. A lot of people enjoy the game because of, you know, our system. We want to make sure that we are adding something that fits and works for the majority. I mean, you may not enjoy it and ignore it, but it shouldn't be a game break or you know, completely change the how you fight in a game or such. You know, it should be something that adds depth and player skills. That's at least the main goal with expanding on it. But it's something that can't be rushed, I think.
Incoming tell.
Yeah, the Lightgators. So We have a draft on them now, and I have to say, holy shit, they look so cool. I think you will be blown away how cool they are. Such a next generation step up from the first game of the Alldayerrydaybaby.
Autopilot
And
jumping.
it's more true to its nature how it was
Incoming
supposed to
towel.
look also, and it's just awesome. And I think we decided not to sneak peek Alldayerrydaybaby. We're just gonna say it's in the patch, and the players get
Warping
to
to
find
Stargate.
it and share
Warp
it.
drive active.
And I think you're gonna be happy with how damn cool it is. Right, so with only 5 now, with the day-night system and darkness system having
Incoming
in-game,
towel.
we are able to utilize the night visions. We just simply haven't had the time to go through it and
Approaching
set the
Stargate.
numbers. You know, again, we are a small team. We always struggle with manpower, right, and resources and time.
Incoming
Everyone
towel.
wants everything now, and obviously that's not impossible. So it has to go
Autopilot
somewhere in the list for our developers.
and
I'm not
Nayla.
sure exactly where it will and when that will go, right?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Will siege window work for keeps and villages? Yes.
Incoming towel.
My cars need a house per character. They don't like each other's. Yep.
Taco.
Approaching Stargate.
Rao.
Autopilot
Would make
jumping.
split this PvP so much better with a live bar. I guess so.
Incoming party invite.
Warping to Stargate. Warp
You
drive
mean
active.
PvP, right? Not PvP. I mean, you do see the live bar on the character, but not the spirits. That's what you mean, right? Right? When you start player
Approaching
swing turn
Stargate.
attack, there is no limit of turning speed. There is a limit, but maybe not how you think it is, and it's quite generous today. As I mentioned before, we do plan to
Autopilot
make
jumping.
that more strict along with our expansion
Incoming
of
towel.
combat abilities and options, because that's one of the things, right? You don't have too many options and tools when it comes to PvP, and that is why people are spinning and hiding
Warp
their
drive
directions, and
active.
that's becomes, you know, the player skills when it comes to that. So it goes hand in hand with the expansion of the combat. It gives you more tools. And what's
Incoming
popping?
towel.
Keep up the hard work. Yo, Hustler TV, how's it going? Wait, what about tower dogs? They will be
Approaching
mountable,
Stargate.
for instance. Show a roadmap. So it is on the website. Anyone can go there to see the update that I mentioned.
Autopilot jumping.
Main web page about roadmap. So that's the latest updates.
Incoming
Oh,
towel.
what? My that.
Warping to
oh,
Stargate.
again. Holy shit,
Warp
yeah,
drive
sorry, guys.
active.
Manpower. You know, it's all about the manpower. Will both characters be able to control the house, pass run shots?
Approaching
Yes,
Stargate.
that is how it looks. And like I said, you will be able to PTR that next week. So you can try everything out. And hopefully we won't run into too many severe issues. We found quite a few
Autopilot
things
jumping.
and strange situations already. but they have been sorting them quickly. So that's why it's really good if we can have a PTR with a lot more players joining in and they doing their shenanigans, right? Trying to break things, which is awesome, so we can spot it before we push it live, hopefully. Footwork.
Incoming
Thank you
tell.
for the subscription. Second card slot. About time. Sad to hear that it's one house per account, but it's for the best. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite surprised how many houses we have in Milan already, and there's valleys of the valleys with houses everywhere. Sure, there are some of them decaying over time as well, so you can do some treasure hunting, which is interesting. Gets the good old UO vibes when you found a house close to decaying and it was up for grabs.
Autopilot
That's
jumping.
something I did in UO many years ago. So it triggers that nostalgic feeling when I see people doing that in Mortal.
Incoming tell.
But yeah, there's a few reasons, right? Space in the world are running out, the cost and different functions, so on. So currently we are at least tying it to
Incoming tell.
the account, and the house was already kind of account bound. It shows that now you have another character to play around with as well. Houses everywhere because stores limit is stronghold and keep is dumb. What about bear armor? Going to just give the books?
Approaching
Yes, we're adding them
Stargate.
also. And great news! It looks like our devs found finally the damn AI pathing around house corners getting stuck, right?
Pointsworth
Seems
is
that's
a
fixed, so it should be
summoner.
smooth again around houses. So there's a lot of good fixes as well, along with this sprint as usual. There's always good stuff and quality of life. Some really good quality of life fixes with armor training, the skills. You know, it's quite silly where you have to be overburdened and stand on a little net and fall down. You know what I'm talking about? Those strange things of training skills. So we made it so you can train skills without being overburdened, so you can run around and actually play on your armor limit without getting penalty and gain skills. We also separated them so if you drop a skill point in your armor training, you don't lose full heavy armor. You know, quality of life stuff like that. That will make your playing much more smooth and less painful whenever those things happens.
Autopilot jumping.
I'm not sure if we want to do a dungeon sneak peek.
I didn't need
it's
to
really nice,
teleport.
really cool and unique in its own way. Again,
I
it's
need
a nice theme,
Prism.
I like it. And there's another twist this
Prism.
time. That I'm very
I've
excited
got Prism,
about
I got Silent,
to,
okay.
experience that. So you'll notice there's something, a completely new type of concept that is one of the focus thing or surrounding thing with this dungeon that is going to be exciting. And it's a cool way to make use of the entire dungeon in a nice way also. So I'm looking forward to see how you rate this next dungeon compared to the Vault and Undercraft. It's been really awesome. You started quite strong, I think, with Undercraft. Am I doing sounds with the mic? Yeah, it's something with the cable. I pushed it in, so it should be good now. We got really good feedback and ratings on. I'm good now, right? Good feedback and rating on Undercraft, and we got even better on the Vault. Seems like a few more people enjoyed the Vault better. It did sound like it was getting scratched. Yeah. I know what it is. It's sensitive. It's like it's what's it called? Clap. What's it called in English? It misbehaves when
Oops,
you,
wait,
the cable is like, I don't know, bad or something. So yeah, hopefully this next dungeon will be
Sandy,
at
I'm
least
going
as
to-
good as the Vault,
I'm going the wrong way.
but with a new element that makes it awesome. Hopefully.
Fuck, I done fucked up. Oh well.
Frayed, maybe frayed is the word I'm not sure. Hello, Enrique. Hello, Lucho Bostero. Temperamental. Fried. Maybe fried. Let's go with that. Most dungeons are locked by big guilds and new people or small groups have no chance to try them. Strigors, that is pretty accurate. People have been dying for new awesome dungeons and content, right? And now when we finally add them, big forces and groups rushes to them to explore them and, you know, be first at figuring things out and finding it's exciting stuff, right? It's good rewards and new stuff. So it's naturally going to happen. And we understand that many smaller groups or even solo may have to wait a little bit longer before they dare to venture there without being slaughtered, right? It's a natural thing, but the fix for that is obviously to add more spread out, so there will be more options and also harder for one single big force to dominate all of them, right? So that's why we actually cranked a lot of effort into adding great dungeons. All of them should be enjoyable, fun, great, good value, and some different challenge levels on them, right? Everything from small solo groups to be able to enjoy fully throughout them, to a lot more challenges where you really need to play with a solid group and do things correctly. I think this next one is gonna be a lot more challenging for a lot of players. So there will be something for everyone, right? Balric, thank you very much. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. So yeah, I think over time now when we're adding so much dungeon content, I think you will, as solo group and solo and small groups, be able to enjoy a lot more. We already saw new groups saying, let's go to the Underdark. You know, it's been everyone is busy in the vault, so we actually see more common, casual, smaller groups enjoying some of that content, and obviously it will help even more with additional dungeons going in. I mean, we have 2 great dungeon experience to be added next, spread out again in Mirland.
Wait, did I go the right way? Son of a bitch.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna get better.
Yes.
So entities is the final step we need to do, right, to finish elementalism fully. That developers, that is the main developer for that school, is busy with the TCC system that everyone have been yelling at, that, you know, the old didn't work good enough. We can't get it to work without fiddling around back and forth infinitely. So we said, fuck it, let's make a proper challenge siege system that works pretty well in some of the sandbox in the world that have been, you know, had similar systems. So we rely on something that we know kind of worked back then, instead of trying to spend more time into something that maybe won't work good enough, right? So we need to finish that and see where we stand before we will slowly plan ahead again to continue with finishing entities. So yeah, until we have ironed out those systems, we should be able to see where we stand. I'm beginner in MO2, follow me guys. Demon White, of course. Are you new to Mortal Online? Welcome if you're new. Can we get more options in the video settings that actually increase FPS? I get 30 to 40 in the same place and can't really play the game without frame generation. Combat feels clunky with frame gen. Yeah, if you already struggle, then frame generation have some issues, absolutely. That's the downside with it. It's kind of like, if you already have decent FPS, then it boosts you to a really good position and it works very well in combat. But if it's struggle before frame generation starts, can feel a little bit wonky, right? And feel more of the input delay as well. But it seems that AMD have done great improvement with their frame generation.
Incoming emote.
FSR 3 have a crash bug that not only is happening in Mortal Online but other games as well. So they're working on that crash bug, and they also have some additional updates on FSR. So should hopefully just be better and better and stable also very soon. But as I mentioned, we are working on optimization. We know how important base FPS is in the background. So as you can see on the updated roadmap, in Sprint 3 we are covering some things there, both client and server side in performance updates that we have found that we will be doing. King Silver Death, thank you very much for the subscription. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, appreciate it. So yes, absolutely, we know FPS is always important, right? Gameplay and performance is very important, and then secondary is visual fluff, I would say. Craft was really good, to be honest. I agree. I enjoyed it very much, and I enjoyed watching a lot of shenanigans and a lot of combat down there since day one, pretty much. Really hot spot for action. Need more loot and mobs out from the dungeon. Only seems the dungeon is the best area, which sucks. We are also planning to add more out in the world content, points of interest, camps, wandering, mobs and loots, just to keep on expanding the world. I mean, it's a huge world, Milan, right? And we have mapped out which areas are lacking content and stuff. We are starting with adding solid dungeons, because a lot of people enjoy dungeons and voted for dungeons. They work both solo, small groups to large groups. Obviously we need many of them for everyone to be able to enjoy them as well. So we're adding those, and we're starting in areas where we know this area is lacking a lot. No one is playing a lot in this zone and this area. We have a lot of server performance there that are not being utilized. Then obviously that makes for a very good hotspot for something, right? And that can be any type of camp or dungeon, or you know, anything like that. And we have a pretty good picture now on what players enjoy, what they feel about it, and what's good gameplay and good PvP around that kind of content. So we also get better and better in, you know, having proper tools and pipelines to support that in an efficient way. And I hope, at least, and believe that our current dungeons being added kind of shows that is, you know, correct. I work on skills for rogue archetypes in MO2. Yes, we have rogue and thievery and assassination skills that is coming. That is everything from trap making, poisoning on weapons, and yeah, some stealthy elements as well, in a specific way that obviously fits more online. So absolutely, that's something I'm personally looking forward to as well, to be able to play a stealth assassin rogue type. Right, let's see. Right. I should not be able to roam for 10 minutes without seeing a point of interest, dungeon or group of mobs apart from outlaws. The world does feel empty at times. There are still, like I said, many areas that are quite empty and lacking. And those are the ones we are working on. Like I said, we added 2 dungeons in good locations now. We added more spawners and outlaw dynamic spawners in empty areas. We keep doing that every now and then. Obviously the goal is to make sure there's a pretty balanced, spread out something in every region, right? And it's an ongoing thing because the world is so huge. And we also always have to monitoring the server performance depending on how much we add in those areas. Amazing work so far. And remember when you talked about ritual table in your house for necromancers? Is still a thing ever coming? It will come, obviously, right? But sadly it have stumbled upon those, between those shares, or whatever the expression is, due to there's always something critical, important, or something that everyone is demanding that it should be in now. And the developer that initially started on that also quit quite a while back. That kind of put that in a category where someone haven't been too hungry to pick it up and go through it. So a little bit unfortunate how it got into in that corner, and haven't really had a time to figure out exactly how we're gonna address it and who should be taking over that part. But obviously we need to make it happen sometime, somewhere, right? Again, the question comes down to when it's time to do it, based on everything else we all want in the game. It's one of that big challenge, right? To build a puzzle. King Silver Death with the Prime. Thank you very much. Or am I reading it again? Yeah, it was Bill Bounty with 27 month. Thank you very much. 3 was such a core element in M1. I'm excited to see it return in MO2. Lockpicking and pickpocketing were so much fun. I agree. It was fun. It was a little bit unbalanced though, so like I said before, we're gonna introduce it again a little bit more balanced with a little bit more risk reward. I also think that the thieves themselves will actually enjoy, so they feel more rush when they're going for it, right, rather than just spam it, right? So I agree, it's a very cool feature, and I think it absolutely belongs in Mortal 9. It's just important that we get the balance right, so it doesn't get too out of hand, right? But there's absolutely good content with that, and fun content, and not only versus players. My plan is also to allow you to steal from everyone, you know, PvE, AI also. Yes, I commented on that before. We do plan to reduce the turn cap in combat whenever we add those additional options that we have talked about, that we are slowly approaching. What games do you play, Henrik? Do you play MO2? I do play MO2, yes, and that is obviously my main game. I work a lot, many hours, so if I don't do that, I obviously try to take some break from the computer. I sit a lot, so I'm trying to take breaks from the computer. But obviously I'm a gamer as well, so every now and then I get the urge to play something. And there are not too many games that I'm fond of playing currently.
Yeah.
There isn't something really exciting either, I think. I try some new games every now and then to get inspired and see what other game developers does and how they do things. That's always interesting to see.
Yes.
I'm also quite burnt how you enjoy and play other games or even watch movies today, because we always try to figure out how do we do this, how do we solve that. So instead of enjoying it and just being immersed in the game, you may think, how did they do that? I can see they did that. They did that sneaky trick there, instead of enjoying it, you know. It's a little bit strange. It comes with the work, I guess. But yeah, I do enjoy very much logging into MO2 every now and then. Just visit a city and just VoIP with people, strangers. I talk to new players, old players. Quite often people recognize it's me, right? But sometimes they're clueless, it's me. It can be new players that are talking to me and they want to show me how to play the game, or, you know, educates me or recruits me, which is really cute. But it's really fun. I enjoy it very much, and it also gives me a first-hand experience too. I was listening on two new players, and they were talking about the game, and I just started playing it for 2 weeks and I just love it. It's so cool. I enjoy Rust, but you know, this is so much better. And other player was, you know, commenting on that, and it was so fun to just stand there next to them and listen. They, you know, they were asking me how long I've been playing and so on. So it's just unique experience, and it's really nice. So yeah, I enjoy doing that and get some first-hand experience as well. It's about time I also refresh my combat skills and pick that up again, and I want to see if I can join in on a event or a group or something. I'm missing that as well. I do play every now and then with a few friends, real life friends that I have that I meet, and we join up in game and do some shenanigans as well, but they're quite noobish, you know, quite noobish. Assassination 2 years from now, I'm not sure. Depends on how we decide to move forward with the next roadmap. If we want to pick something that we know this is good for the game, we need this, and then see what kind of input we want to get from the community, if they want to, you know, lift something also with votes and so on. So we will see how we proceed with the next round. Alright, I'm gonna jump down a little bit more because I'm slow. Leolor, thank you with the prime. I think I missed that one. Can you show one more time the roadmap, please? I didn't show it, I just commented on it and said that if you go to the webpage, MO2, you will see what I was talking about, the updated one. So if you haven't seen it, it's this link. And you can just see the updated version that I commented on. I rearranged a few things. Alumni, thank you for the prime. Did my alert stop working or am I just slow and behind? No lightsabers in the world of Nave. Good question, good question. I mean, there's a few magic schools with some specific spells that are gonna be interesting in its own way, but maybe not completely lightsabers. What does Unreal 5.4 add? I've seen another game talking about update to that recently. So we are a good showcase of Unreal 5. We're talking to Epic Games, we are going through the performance issues in large-scale worlds. They are promoting Unreal 5 as a powerful tool to build large-scale worlds, right? I'm sure you have seen that. But it doesn't really perform and play good enough for that, I would say, and we can see that in Unreal Immortal Online 2 as well. We struggle quite a bit with their tools. Some of their tools are in beta phase, not really suitable for full use yet. So we obviously struggle a little bit because of that as well. And they have been working on some of that to improve those beta phases and also in general improve some performances when it comes to lumens and such, which obviously we benefit from also greatly. We have cranked out of all juice we could when it comes to lumens settings and options in our engine. But them improving core rendering pipes for that tech is obviously beneficial for us as well. So we hope to be able to utilize some of the things they are updating and improving, and we're also focusing on some improvements. We have a few things we've identified that can do good performance gains as well, both on clients and server. So we're doing some part, and we hope and rely on some stuff from Epic Games, specifically that engine update that is quite a bit focused also on performance gains. While letting everyone become a Jedi. J45K, I don't know if you know what that system is. Why are we saying that? We are not doing that because not a single person has become the Jedi slot yet, J45K. But sooner or later we will implement that part, which allows some individual unlock, not force sensitive slots I would call it, but because that's how they were called in that game, right? But I don't know how we call them, but something similar, right?
Metachlorians.
Yeah, the stack thing we have fixed. So again, there's a few things, a lot of fixes we follow up on as well in this patch. As Unity dev, I don't want to hear it, Henny. U5 is very powerful, lol. Indeed, indeed. I mean, it's obviously far from perfect yet, and one of the downside being the first MMO in the world on Unreal 5 comes with its both ups and downs, right? You can utilize a lot of cool and good stuff, but also some things that are a little bit premature, not fully developed or stable enough, we suffer from as well, and we try to do our own solutions surrounding that, which obviously is difficult for a small team like us. So we rely quite heavily on how Unreal 5 develops and how Epic updates it. And unfortunately, they focus a lot on movies industry, high quality systems that are more for movie rather than games. So if you put any of those meta-human systems in a game, it just explodes. It's ridiculous. And being a sandbox game with thousands of players, that makes it even worse, right? So obviously we need to be careful on how we can utilize the engine. But it's obviously a greatly improved engine from 4, but it's still very young, I would say. It needs to mature a little bit more, and we really hope that Unreal 5.4 will help us in the right direction. They went backwards in the latest update, we believe, quite strongly, also in performance. So we hope that they don't rush too much and feature creep too much, because that's something they tend to do as well. They want to hype and sell the engine a lot for, you know, good reasons. But sometimes when it comes to a specific game, isolated things, it's not the best perhaps, and you know, may put a lot of work on our end as well to try to fix a lot of that. But we have high hopes that Unreal 5.4 update will be a great step in performance direction this time. That's at least how we interpret how it looks currently in the preview version. But we will see. You never know until we get the hands on the fully version, but it's coming quite soon, so we will know soon also. So obviously that's a determined factor, right? Depending on how that update goes, we will also update it, you know, how that goes for us. How long until Sprint 2? So the PTR is planned for next week. So that would pretty much determine a little bit, you know, hopefully we will see where we stand. We're gonna test the character system, the character slot system, and the TCC window system, the supply towers, etc. Those are the main things that we wanna, you know, make sure it works. So we're getting there, we're getting there. Alright. Best small team around. Thank you very much, Optima 3. I'm very proud of the team. Many people just take it for granted and forget about that. We are indeed a very small indie company, small team, and people compare us to the giant games out there, World of Warcraft, Star Citizen, and so on. And people are so hyped about Star Citizen's mesh server tech, where they could get 300 people in one node without loading, and it was only delayed a few minutes for each action. We already surpassed that. We all know that in here, that, you know, the dev teams in Star Wars should absolutely get some creds for the awesome tech we have been doing over the years, and it's, you know, way beyond Star Citizen, I have to say. And now they are talking about this, you know, one of a kind in the world, and they describe our tech very precisely. But, you know, we're nobody, right? We are in the shadow. We are a small indie game, so they don't have to count for us already done that tech, right? That's one of the pros when you're a big company and we are a small company. But I want to give our team creds for having that tech that are already in Mortal Line. I think the Star Wars team deserves that. Chris Roberts promised me an Orion for 512 years ago. The big new world is shutting down. Are they shutting down? I heard something that they may be shutting down. That's quite surprising. That they started with a big sale, insanely big sale, but then it kind of quickly went down, right? And then I heard they made a little comeback and were quite steady again. But maybe they made a calculation, it's not worth it. I don't know. I haven't really followed it. What do you feel about the music you star in? I mean, that's pretty awesome, isn't it? Pretty awesome music. Yeah, we do plan to revisit the old dungeons eventually when we have some spare time for the artist team. We wanna see if we can add more entrances, exits. We know how that is very good for the dungeon, right? And also look over some of the loot tables. So we'll probably go over them eventually. Does the Sprint 3 new player experience also include a free-to-play Haven patch? No, it won't be free-to-play. It will hopefully change the numbers that we are monitoring when it comes to new player experience, where we have hiccups, where they struggle, where they get lost, and where they quit. We have a huge focus on how we fix a lot of that, and hopefully we will see more positive numbers based on that group of players. We strongly believe we can get to be mortal players over time. So we have some really important things that are coming along with that. But it doesn't mean it's ready for free to play. We need additional steps before we can change Haven to be free to play. But that is the plan eventually. New players get lost finding out of Haven. What do you mean? New players get lost finding out of Haven. You mean when they're trying to leave Haven? We know where some struggle, and we have made a very detailed map of every single step we want to improve. No sneak peek today, actually. No sneak peek today. New players always ask how to leave Haven. Yeah, exactly. That one. We agree. To run to the fishing village to leave Haven is a little struggle for some players. And again, that shouldn't be a struggle. So we're actually implementing or enabling the task system that will teach them to do things. And also, obviously, that's a good way to show them a location, right? So we have a very good plan that we are, working out now to make sure that Haven will be a much more pleasant. The tutorial will be improved and more smooth. We will make sure that there are proper dungeon raid boss experience. There will be the introduction of the task system, so they know how that works, and also know that you can do those tasks on Midland. So there are gonna be some really good improvements on Haven, and also for the new players we have the notice board guild recruitment system. When they do leave Haven, they will have the fledgling flag that will show the citizen of Nave that this is a new player. It's not worth killing him. If you do, you're gonna lose a hell of a shitload of standings. So you better support him, maybe recruit him even. So he actually becomes a long-term player rather than shocked too quickly, right? We need to gently push them over the step. You know how it is. They will not share crafting points. Tikmo, your second character slot will have its own skill tree. We're gonna add more and more skills as well, and I know people already struggle to do their builds, so we thought let's give you full spectrum of skill range, because there are gonna be more skills and professions either way over time, which means you won't be able to cover everything either with 2 characters. That's change for new player. Yeah, absolutely. It's important. We are forgetting that many of us are long-term vets. Many of us even come from more than one. We went through pure hell, right? We can tolerate the pain, but a new player that are new to this genre are just in shock. We need to push him gently, gently initially, before he gets the full shock treatment. Then he can handle the full shock treatment better, and not only that, he can actually enjoy it, because holy shit, I haven't felt like this since almost forever, right? And that's the beauty of Mortal Online. We want to feel a unique gaming experience, but it shouldn't be a full slap in the head after the first moment, right? We need to gently push them, gently push them. I must guess we don't have point enough as it is. Yeah, that's what I meant, right? A lot of people feel that they want more skill points, right? To do more things. So you're getting a new character, but not only that, you also remember in Sprint 4, right? We have the veteran system that allows you to do even more, refine your characters even further. So yeah, you will absolutely be able to do more and try out more things to give you more value and different, play options. But along with that, like I said, there will be more professions and skills also. So you will still not be able to cover everything, and that's also intended design, right? You want player, trading, interaction, and complementing each other's in specific ways. What are the conditions till their flag disappears? So we haven't set the exact time frame on how long you have the fletching flags and so on, how many days that should be, but it's a good way to help. So one of the things was, in the first game you couldn't kill someone with yellow flag, so obviously all players figured out how do we abuse the crap out of this. So instead of noobs benefiting from it, vets abused it. So it didn't really work, right? And then add on top of that free to play, so you created an infinite amount of free to play yellow inbuilt characters. Just a mess, right? So obviously that's something we are not stepping into this time around. But a yellow flag can be used in some good ways to identify new players, and also add a certain punishment when you do kill a yellow flag player, so they hopefully will be more spared by a lot of players that don't want to completely wreck their standings and so on. So I think that's a good direction instead. That makes sense. The flag will be account bound, right? So if it's a new player doing those first hours and days, that's when it's running. Oops. Right?
Damn it.
But if you played for a year on one character, then obviously your other character won't be a fledgling. That doesn't make sense, right? Because then it's you, veterans again, that get that flag for no reason. You know what I'm talking about. Flag should be account wide. I mean, it is account wide if it's within that time frame. If you just started the game, it's a new account, then sure. But if you're 1 year vet, you don't need yellow flag. The yellow flag is there for a reason.
Fuck, you took forever. You took like 3 hours to patch.
Exactly.
It's so
that's
stupid.
Why we add a big ass penalty on it. We want the players to, players can kill and do whatever they want, but we want to make sure that a yellow flag player is a new player. It doesn't make sense to kill them because we all want new players, and unless we kill them and take their nothing items, the better for them to get into the game. The more hours they spend in the game, the more value they build up, the more they adapt to how you play Mortal and how easy it is to replace items, the easier it is for them to take that loss and kill over time. But if they're completely new, they have been carrying everything, all the gold coins, and they be playing for a whole long time, many days on Haven, and they go in Meerland, and they continue carrying all that, and then they get killed and laughed at, and they lose all their items. They're completely naked, they have nothing.